Yeah, this was the Israeli prime minister spoke before Congress. This is like what 12 hours ago, something like that. Yeah, so let me check it out because we in the EU. So when this happened, it was lights out for me. But let me take a peep here and see what it sounds like. Is it up? I think he made a comment also right here. Here we go. First before. Here we go. Let me see here. Now this is interesting because this comes at election in the election cycle. And from what I hear, he was invited by both uh, House groups, the Democrats and the Republicans. And yeah, but I take special note to the fact that it's like during the election cycle. So, I mean, that's what prime ministers do and governments do before elections, try to get a sense of each other, where the governments stand. And this is how you do it. Now, even though this all smiles and I believe there's some cheering and things like that, um, I don't look at that stuff because we know the nature of the world and how politicians are. It's customary to smile, shake hands, and do these things, but you never know what the outcome is going to be. I'm also curious about where this is going to fit in any debate between Kamala Harris and Trump. And I think that's going to be interesting, how Trump is going to play that. My guess is that he's going to portray the Democratic Party as being unsupportive to Israel. It's a guess. I haven't heard Trump respond to this, but I'm just guessing. And I'm guessing that Trump will probably say the U.S. supports, the Biden administration or Biden Harris support Hamas. I mean, they've made a lot of ideas like this. They have ways of tying in different things. Now, I myself, I don't think. I think the for me as an American, my policy would be to listen to definitely listen to both sides. Um, Now, where Hamas sits with Palestinian people, I don't know. Um, I don't know. But as far as the Palestinian issue in general, I think the U.S. policy to listen to make sure that they have representation on both sides that they can talk to, I think is like so important because so far it's been such a travesty what has gone on. And even if you just remove like blame from that situation, it's a travesty anyway. It's just a travesty. Um, it's a travesty. Now, there are people in the election cycle already, people that don't like Kamala Harris or don't like Joe Biden. They've been supporting these ideas of like calling them like uh, genocidal and things like this. Um, I myself, I don't know if that's just something that they say about Kamala Harris or you know or Biden. I myself, I don't think it's the case. Um, I think it's more complex than that. The situation there, but however, it's going to have big. It does have big ramifications for the U.S. I mean, this is why I don't like the way that the relationships are going on. I do understand maybe the U.S.'s position a little better, which is from my knowledge, basically they work with people and look, they work with Saudi Arabia, they work with Israel. I mean, and if you don't support these groups at this point, if you don't support them, what will happen? I think is the big question for the U.S. And I think these governments, both Israel and Saudi Arabia, they use that understanding and present it to the U.S. in their politics and how they move. If we don't work with you, what are the alternatives? And I think when they're in that situation, they're liable to do anything. You don't know really because quote unquote they're sovereign nations and they make choices for themselves. But I think the overall thing that comes into my mind, just the most important thing to realize is that it is tied into the US situation, whether we like it or not, um, in that region. And whether we like it or not, what goes on in one country in that region, it has effects on others. Um, and it's going, I guess the overall thing is who who can protect the region, who protects trade, who protects these kind of things, security. That's the overall issue. And so I think what we're seeing here is more like a security thing, and they're probably going to keep weighing each other out the whole time. Of course, the U.S. would have the upper hand in any type of negotiation, I would think, between Israelis or Palestinians. I mean, I think has the U.S. is not the only factor in negotiating anything in that region, but the U.S. has the upper hand, um, because I'm pretty sure most people, most governments recognize that the U.S. commitment in that region is great and is probably going to stay that way, like meaning a lot of investment. So, yeah, on that note, let's hear what they got to say.
Good afternoon to
Hey,
everyone. We
Beth.
are certainly happy to welcome our
Oh, let me see here. Is Biden meeting with him? I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. Who knows?
friend Benjamin Netanyahu, who is, of course, the Prime Minister
Good
of the State
question,
of
though.
Israel. This is a very important time. Our bipartisan congressional leadership recognized it as such and invited him here because our dear ally Israel is in an existential fight for its very existence, and that fight extends to every one of its borders. Today, the Israeli people are working to defeat Hamas following, of course, the horrific massacre on October 7th. They're having to ward off Hezbollah in the north. They're having to respond to Houthi attacks in Tel Aviv. And they fended off a historic watershed direct attack from Iran itself, a regime that is allied with Russia and China. The threats Israel faces are not only kinetic. Jerusalem is also combating lawfare and information wars and double standards from the UN and the media. Today and every day, Americans must stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel in its great struggle. In this struggle, nearly 300 days after October 7th, our hearts remain.
I think, one thing that stands out to me, one thing that stands out to me in this situation, another thing, I'm sorry, is when they say, U.S. stands shoulder to shoulder with Israel. um, it makes it sound to me, what pops into my mind is, well, what would Israel's position be on the United States regarding Trump, for example? Because that's a Republican rep there speaking. So, what does Netanyahu think of Donald Trump? Let's know. Is he a security risk? Could he be a danger to Israel? I mean, what could Donald Trump really do to how far do you think Donald Trump will really go to protect Israel? There's members, people that support Donald Trump in the United States that basically blame all the problems of the United States on the Jews. There are literally people that believe those kind of things that support Trump. So I wonder, what does Netanyahu think about those folks? And what does he think about Trump supporting, these kind of racial tropes in his campaigning, and in his presidency, by the way. But that's what comes to mind. So let's hear the guy.
With the 120 men and women, boys and girls who are still in captivity in Gaza. Adon, Iltai, Saji, Hirsch, Gadi, Judy, Omer, Keith, and so many others are being held deep in tunnels. We have not forgotten them or their families who so desperately want them home, and we, of course, do as well. Israel and the United States are united in our mission to bring them home. I have full confidence we will do just that. I have to say it's providential that the Prime Minister is here today after the 17th of Tammuz. It was nearly 2,000 years ago that the most powerful nation in the ancient world laid siege to Israel and destroyed Solomon.
And look, it's also noteworthy that Trump's party really, really doesn't seem to like Muslims. I wonder, is there any consensus on that? It's really some bad matchups going on.
Solomon's temple. But today, the most powerful nation in the modern world is standing with our Jewish friends and the Israeli government. I'm certainly eager, as we all are, to hear from the Prime Minister, and as we hope that this 17th of Tammuz marks the last time the Jewish people lament destruction.
Look, there's actually rallies going on right outside. It's amazing. It's amazing. People are not happy with that. And I wouldn't be either. I have to say, to me, it seems like the logic in that type of defense is questionable. That's my view. The logic in the way the defense apparatus worked from the beginning, and the response to that, I find it questionable. I find it really questionable. That area right there, people should look more into. How did this start in the first place? How did it start? I don't really think enough time and energy has been put into how did this particular scenario with Hamas start? How is it that nobody could see anything? Like, how is it that they couldn't see them make anything or build anything? Nobody. It's just out of the blue, out of surprise. And they have enough, I don't know. It's a lot of questions if you ask me. It's a lot of questions if you ask me. But yeah. Let this play a little bit. This is just a little introduction, and then we're going to play a little bit of the speech.
So that they can live freely and securely in their ancestral homeland. I would defer to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker Johnson, you have shown great leadership.
You know what? Did you hear what he just said? He said, in your ancestral homeland. And now that's an interesting thought, too, because when do we ever use that language, in your ancestral homeland? Because are we in our ancestral homelands as Americans? Like, why? What does that mean to a Republican? And what does it mean to an American to be in your ancestral homeland? What does it mean to be human and to be in your ancestral homeland? What does that really qualify, Yeah.
Along with the leaders of the Senate and the minority leader in the House, I appreciate the fact that you've invited me to address this great assembly, the world's greatest democracy. Congress of the United States speaks for the American people, and the American people speak for the entire world.
So this is the minority leader. This is the minority leader of the House inviting him. I believe that's correct. The Republicans, they're the minority in the House, right?
I very much value this opportunity to address this august forum. You said just now something that resonates throughout the ages. Almost 2,000 years ago, the Romans breached the walls of Jerusalem on this day. Almost 2,000 years ago. Well, our enemies will not breach our walls today. And our wall is not made up only of our own soldiers, our brave heroes, but also the friendship and alliance with the great United States of America. That is very much expressed here today, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity. And the people of Israel thank you for giving us this opportunity to express our common alliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Prime Minister, what's your message to Democrats who are not attending your speech today? Sir, what's your reaction to Democrats boycotting your speech?
Actually, the Democrats are the minority right now. So that's Hakeem. So this is the majority House speaker leader with him.
Thank you, Press. Thank you.
Let me see here. There's some speeches outside. There's some rallies right now going on outside.
I was working with so many healthcare workers there who are the most amazing people I've ever seen in my life. Some of them were taken hostages and tortured and then sent down from the north to the south without knowing anything about their families. And then they committed their life to volunteer at the hospital, at the European hospital. And after I left, a few weeks later, the European hospital was evacuated. And that was extremely devastating for them and for me, totally devastating. Now they're out in the streets. They don't have anywhere to go. They can't volunteer even because there are not that many functional hospitals that they can work at. And so the atrocities keep getting worse and worse and worse. The healthcare structure over there is completely disseminated.
Yes. Okay.
So I have a few messages today. One, the first message is for you, the great people who have come from all around the states.
Yeah, what's up, Shaka?
Couldn't come, but they continue to work there every day to support and stop this genocide, to support the people of Gaza and stop the genocide. I also would like to tell Congress to stop denying that it's a genocide. Welcoming a war criminal and a genocide maniac to Congress is shameful. Shame on you. To our colleagues in healthcare here in the United States who are denying the atrocities that are being committed every day, and our medical organizations
Now,
organizations that
check
have
this
not
out.
said a word
Check
condemning
this
the
out.
genocide. Shame on
Um,
you.
Now, this is an interesting thing. Now, in Project 2025, they want to be able to use, they're calling for the ability to use the military. The president has the explicit right to order the military against rallies like this. Now, if they could manage to do that against this kind of rally, they could manage to use the U.S. military in any type of rally. So it's key that I'm just curious, like, what does Netanyahu feel about that, about Project 2025, and the type of racial tropes and racial direction Trump has been giving to his political party and to his constituency. I wonder what Netanyahu thinks about that. And I think as Americans, we got to go deep and really start asking these questions about who we're allying up with. And it's the same thing about Saudi Arabia, too. Same type of question, like, what are their human rights values? What are their civil rights values in these countries? And how far is the U.S. supposed to go um, when some people have, maybe we have some things we share, but actually sometimes there's very little things that we share at all with these allies. And I'm not saying Israel for one. We share some things with Israel, but look, there's other people, countries we ally up with, and we share fewer things. Like, what do we share with Saudi Arabia, for example? But if you look at the military expenditures, I'm sure the U.S., I mean, Israel is most supported in that region. Just they edge off everybody else, I believe. And we can look into that and let me know if I'm wrong on that. But I believe that's the case as far as what I've come across in my research. But there are weapons, military pacts, and trade deals on the table right now between the U.S., Saudi Arabia, Israel, and others, Yemen, right now as we speak. So, where do their human and civil rights values fit with this? How would they react to a rally like this? Do they support Project 2025 to get the military force to attack rallies like this? These are the questions that come into my mind. I'm just saying.
History is being written, and we all know when we assure you that you are on the wrong side of history. And last but not least, to our beautiful people of Gaza, we will never surrender. We will never stop fighting for you. Stay strong. We are with you, and most importantly, Allah is with you.
Now, even if you disagree or agree with what they're speaking about, it doesn't matter if you support their cause or not. Do you support their right to speak, to speak this way, to demonstrate? That Project 2025 is challenging that basic right. And if Trump would use that, control, which is what they want in Project 2025, if Trump could get that control, or Biden, over the military and use them legally to attack civilians that are demonstrating, that's unconstitutional. That goes against freedom of speech. That's the whole point of freedom of speech, to be able to speak, at the bare minimum, to be able to speak your cause, for yourself, right? So, yeah, just wanted to point that out.
One of the blockades was led by the students in the area. The same students who reached the bar.
Thank you, Brad. Thank you, look around. Look down. Guys, move out, please.
They brutalized them on George Washington's campus. Why? For speaking up about Palestine. Yes, Jake. And so it is my deep honor and pleasure to introduce our next speaker. the DMV students representatives of Palestine Coalition. Please give it up for Noor.
Congress, Congress, painted red. 186,000 dead. Baby, you can't run away. The bulldogs here to stay. I'm speaking on behalf of the DMV Coalition for Students for Justice in Palestine. We are a union of SJP chapters across 8 DC, Maryland, and Virginia universities, organizing for the liberation of the Palestinian people and the land from the Zionist settler colonial occupation of Palestine. As anti-imperialist student organizers, we know that the neoliberal university is a fundament to the empire. Packaged as bubbles of intellectual freedom and critical dialogue, our universities in reality are designed to groom us into cogs of the imperial machine, with our academic programs systematically funneling us into jobs with weapons manufacturers, the federal government, banks, mainstream media outlets, and the U.S. military. Shame! When we exercise our intellectual freedom and build spaces for critical dialogue, the very values our university claims to fundamentally uphold, we are met with surveillance from the FBI, arbitrarily punished and dealt with kangaroo courts by our students' conduct hearings, and physical brutality from the state and university police departments. Shame. All for speaking out about Palestine, students at the George Washington University are experiencing the collusion between the university and the imperial state firsthand. From the brutal May 8th raid of the DMV SJP encampment to Foggy Bottom's request that student organizers maintain a stay-away zone. They cannot step foot on their own campus. The actions of the state against our comrades has been dictated by the will of the university to protect its capitals and its interests and collusion with the Zionist regime. We call on our community to call out GW's racist and repressive administration. It is not lost on us that Bibi Netanyahu, an internationally wanted genocidal war criminal, can walk freely in our city, while our peers are banned by their university and our fascist government from their own neighborhoods for the very crime of calling out genocide. It is not lost on us that the same NYPD officers that have repeatedly brutalized our comrades at CUNY and Columbia are right here in DC now. Shame. It is not lost on us that the occupation army, which decapitates babies, trained the very cops which executed Sonia Massey in her own home. Shame. The past few months have sharpened the contradictions of the state and the neoliberal university. Our universities and the state brand us as outside agitators in our own homes when we dare to oppose their material interests. They surveil, brutalize, and evict us to protect our capital while celebrating fascist mass murderers from Linda Thomas Greenfield, Lauren Babbitt, to the whole of NATO, to Bibi Netanyahu behind us. Invoking the Palestinian revolutionary martyr Hassan Kanafani, as students of conscience, it is our duty to strike and damage imperialism wherever it manifests, especially within our universities.
I mean, I think right there, although I'm pretty sure she may not really care what, you know, anybody thinks about this, but I think when you mix up all these parts together, I think that's where the problem might be in the description, where some people might have with her description, because now she's talking about all of NATO and things like this, and genocide and things like that aren't simply a matter of only NATO. Genocides happen outside of NATO also. And so I think that's where some people might have some difficulty understanding what's going on or what is she saying. I mean, it's just a thought, but otherwise, it's a great speech. I like the speech. It's just there to me. It sounds too broad of a description of the forces at play. But
We operate in service of the world revolution, in service of realizing liberation and justice for all colonized, imperialized, and exploited peoples. We call on all students, all people of conscience, to get organized in the collective struggle for liberation.
I think the idea that like colonialism only happens by the West right now, or that racism or that fascism exists only in the West right now. I think that is not a good way to see things. But that's all. I think it's not necessary to get the point across because Palestine is Palestine. It's very specific. In my view, you don't have to go into discussing who's at fault on that broad of a level because let's just be honest. If we go into ultra broad, then we're all at fault. Everybody that exists, because we live with it. We go on about our lives daily anyway, right? So in that case, we pay taxes, right? So I think how activists should describe this is stop trying to mix Palestine in with every other place in the world and just focus on Palestine, the core issues right there for those people specifically, and yeah, but there we go.
From the imperialist death machine. The imperial beast is nothing more than a paper tiger. It appears tough, but in reality it is a flammable, pathetic creature that can be knocked over and destroyed by a gust of wind. From DC to Bangladesh to Palestine, the student intifada is underhand. It is undefeated. Our victory is inevitable. Liberation is inevitable. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Gaza! Free Gaza! Thank you.
Free Palestine! I want you all to give a warm welcome here as we start to round out our program to Malak from the Palestinian Assembly for Liberation!
Good morning, DC! Today is a profoundly distressing day to be a Palestinian American.
Yeah, Bev. No, I don't know who she is. The last speaker.
Over the past 9 months, the Biden administration has dishonored the principle America claims to stand for. The Palestinian Assembly for Liberation not only condemns, but is disgusted by the visit of Benjamin Netanyahu to Congress.
Yeah. Now this is all going on while Netanyahu is inside speaking to Congress or about to speak to Congress.
The United States has shamefully welcomed a war criminal to speak in the halls of its so-called democracy. Let me be clear. We oppose all interaction with the settler colonial regime of Israel. We are witnessing a 9 months of an ongoing genocide orchestrated by Netanyahu. With reports indicating the murder of 186,000 Palestinians. It is shameful that the United States, instead of denouncing these actions, has openly embraced Netanyahu, a man who has orchestrated the slaughter of Palestinians. The U.S. has not only welcomed Netanyahu, but has also provided tens of billions of dollars in weapons, thus complicit in these crimes. The blood of innocent Palestinians stains their hands, and this support is nothing short of disgraceful. U.S. leaders have chosen to amplify the voice voice of a genocidal war criminal over their own citizens, forcing us to hold this nation accountable for its unconditional support of the atrocities against Palestinians. To every politician who welcomed Netanyahu and endorsed further financial support for Israel, you too are complicit in this genocide and will be remembered as war criminals. And come November, we all will remember the politicians that turned a blind eye to the massacres of the Palestinian children. The time for silence is over. We must stand against all those who are complicit in this genocide. The world is watching and so are we. The revolution is here and it's promising a near liberation and right to return for all Palestinians. And today, I confidently say that Palestine is almost free.
Give it up one more time for Milan. I have the honor of introducing a member of one of our strongest, fiercest youth organization on Turtle Island in the U.S. and Canada. Give it up for the Palestinian Youth Movement, who've been holding down our streets, holding down our campuses, holding down our elected officials. Give it up for that. Comrades and friends, it has been 292 days of the most horrific and enraging violence against our people in Gaza. We gathered here on November 4th after witnessing unspeakable horrors carried out on the Palestinian people. Yet here we are, 9 months later, reeling from the somehow
Yeah, the audio, they're just mixing in the audio. So I guess Netanyahu was about to speak. But the speeches are pretty good. I think people have every right to be ashamed of what's going on because, I don't know. For me, myself, I don't favor Israel over Palestine or Palestinians over Israelis. I don't personally favor that. I think it's really tragic that that situation takes so long to get resolved. And because it took so long, you could almost imagine the outcome. Because what takes that long, really? You know? So it's obvious a lot of sabotage, but I think people should be wary of giving blame to like who is behind it. It's a lot of sides behind it. It's a lot of sides behind it, and that play probably don't play so nice either. So that's all I would say. But I'm really happy that in terms of Project 2025, right? Trump, Netanyahu, right? The U.S. Um, that we get a chance to put all these pieces together and ask ourselves, do they pan out? Like, would Netanyahu be in favor of Trump, even though Trump is in favor of breaking up demonstrations like this? What would Netanyahu think? Because I think that's how Americans need to think too. We need to begin to think that way about our foreign policy. And I think it would better us to think that way. Realistically, though, I'm not saying that there's not problems. Uh, you know, yeah. In any case, let's hear some more of this.
even more gut-wrenching violence in the last couple weeks. The massacres that have taken place in refugee camps and schools and hospitals show us the true depravity of the Zionist project and the nature of this U.S.-funded and orchestrated Israeli genocide of our people in Gaza. Let it be known to the war criminals sitting in the high seats.
I really hope the reporters, journalists ask Netanyahu that, like, would ask him, would he be in favor of a president like Trump or Biden, using military force to stop a demonstration like this in the United States of America? I think that's the key question. And if he's in favor of that, if the answer is yes, I'm in favor of that, then you know you cannot support that man at all, because he would be against your right to even have a demonstration. And Project 2025, that's what they're seeking. You see, they want control over the military to be able to send the military out to crush demonstrations like this. Even if you don't agree with what she's saying, you should still, or the speakers, you should still want them to have the right, because they're not just throwing obscenities out there. I mean, they are there are some things I don't like, but as far as the speeches, um, I don't like them mixing up all the world's problems in this Palestinian Israeli situation. I don't think that's helpful myself. I don't believe it is. I think it's just a total distraction, and also not direct, not focused enough. But yeah, if I was the press, I would be asking Netanyahu that question. But let's see. Let me try to find where the speech starts at. Let me see here, because this went on. Oh, hold on. This went on for some time, obviously. Now, okay, now here is let's listen to this guy. This is the leader of the House, Republican, right? Number two, I don't even think he likes Trump. Trump just steps on him any day of the week, and he's in his own party. But let's take a listen.
The acting President Pro Tem and the United States Senate.
Come on, I want to get where the speaker is at. Hold on, is it this long? All right, here we go. You saying something here?
The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of the State of Israel, into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider. And the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer.
The acting President Pro Tem of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, into the House chamber. The senator from West Virginia, Mr. Manchin. The senator from Arizona, Ms. Sinema. The senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fetterman. The senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst. The senator from Montana, Mr. Daines. The senator from Iowa, Mr. Grassley. The senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch.
All members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Exactly, Pumpkin. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's what it gets down to when you hear that somebody like Netanyahu is coming to speak in the House, because the House is the people's place. That's the citizens. We own that. And so they're in the citizens' house as representatives, right? And we select them. The citizens select them. So whether you're Republican or whether you're Democrat, that shouldn't matter. But what we need to be doing is asking ourselves these kind of questions, like, is Netanyahu in favor of Project 2025 or elements of it, like martial law in the US? Because why would we see him as a friend or ally if he would be in support of that? And I think that's the kind of questions, that's where Americans need to take it. I'm not saying that's an anti-Israel policy. I'm not saying Americans should be anti-Israel. I don't think so myself. But, you know, we definitely need to be thinking about the implications for ourselves in policy when we support governments and prime ministers. How would there be any negative effects from it, direct or indirectly? Or, how does it contradict ethically, on a political level, so excellent, Bev. Things worth knowing. Excellent. I'm gonna try to move this forward now. Let's see here. It's like they're taking forever, man. Here we go. Who is cheering him? Yo, did y'all hear that? Who's cheering him? That's really weird. I would like to know who that is. What parties are they members of, or you know, you hear that? I mean, I believe it's because there's definitely members, in the U.S. Congress that are, you know, anti-Hamas, definitely. So maybe it could be that, but I don't know. I don't know why. To me, it seems a little weird to cheer for Netanyahu like he's a superstar or something, or like he's done something, spectacular to preserve the relationships in the region. Um, I don't know. Sharon, I can understand if he was the like what do you call it? If he got a Nobel Peace Prize, but this is ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. Look, they're cheering for him. I don't know. It's a little weird, I think. Time for. I think Israel should really have an election. That's what I think. They really need an election. Yes, and how do you think that's going to pair up between a debate with Kamala Harris and Trump? How do you think Trump is going to describe Kamala Harris and her support for Israel or non-support? I don't know where he would try to characterize her politically on and when it comes to Israel, but it would be good to see that debate to see how he characterizes it. What do you think the U.S. position should be on Israel? Let me know in the comment section. But where do you think it should be? I myself, I think it's not a good one right now. I think it's okay to support allies, of course. It's definitely a good thing and necessary. But the question is to what effect? And it just seems that we should be cautious as Americans when we talk about culture, what it is to be democratic, what it is to have civil and human rights, and what it is to engage people in war. Are there going to be laws about that, or is it just going to be no laws at all? Because war crimes is like serious. It's not a good thing. Um, so in war that could backfire on you. War crimes. You could lose support, from allies and things like as such. But in any case, let me know your thoughts on that. This is Netanyahu. Uh, what are some questions you would want to know as an American citizen? Put it in the comment section.
Members of Congress, I now have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Excellency Benjamin Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel.
You know, I'm sorry, but who would want to be in would want to be in the situation Israel is in right now? Right now. I mean, and that has everything to do with the reaction. The reaction. You know, it's obviously people can debate whether it's wrong for Hamas to have attacked them. Um, I think it wasn't wise. Not if you're talking about the people's lives on the ground. I think it was unwise of Hamas to attack Israel. Obviously, because look, what do you think the reaction would be? And they proved it. So that I think could have been dealt with differently. Um, but does it justify Israel's reaction? Um, does it? Do you trust the Israelis government's attack or their response? Do you trust how they're engaging the situation over there? Is it for their best interest? I mean, to me, it would seem like when you do things like this, it creates a lot of hate. To me, that would be the question here. And how does hatred birth love and acceptance? And eventually, for things to stabilize, there have to be some mutual level of respect. You know, and it's really weird because has that conversation happened? Even when they say the U.S. at this very moment had offered a peace deal to both sides, and apparently Netanyahu is the one who refused it. Is that the case? I'm gonna let it play. I'm gonna ask ChatGDP real quick.
Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Senator Ben Cardin.
Okay, now check this out, y'all. I just asked Chat GDP that question. So let me just put the answer up here for y'all. Right. The question was, hold on, can y'all hear me? Yeah, okay. So the question was, has Netanyahu refused the peace deal offered by the Biden administration? So let's listen and see what it says.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has not fully accepted the peace deal proposed by the Biden administration. The deal aims to end the ongoing conflict between Israel
Can
and
y'all hear that?
Hamas, calling for a ceasefire and a phased plan for prisoner exchanges and negotiations for a more permanent solution. Netanyahu has faced significant internal and external pressure regarding this proposal. He has been reluctant to agree to certain conditions, particularly those concerning a full Israeli military withdrawal from Gaza and the establishment of Palestinian statehood, source 7, source 18, source.
Can you all hear that?
Despite President Biden's efforts to broker a deal and push for Palestinian statehood as part of a long-term peace strategy, Netanyahu has maintained a strong stance on ensuring Israeli security control over the territory, which conflicts with some of the core elements of the proposed peace plan, 16 source, 17 half source.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like, and that's a good thing to know when we listen to the speech. It doesn't sound like Netanyahu has accepted Biden's peace proposal. While he's about to give this speech, the speech, of course, happened last night, but in any case, it doesn't matter. Here it is. Let's see here. Oh no, did I pull the wrong one up? Let me go back. Sorry about that. Is it this one? Right here. All right, let's go.
Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time. We meet today at a crossroads of history. Our world is in upheaval. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization.
Now, what is the difference between barbarism? Okay, so he's saying it's not a clash. He's saying that they're not even a civilization. Is that wise diplomacy? Is that something that a diplomat should say when they, especially even if they have a plan to go to war, even if they dislike another nation, even if they don't respect? Is that something that a diplomat would say? That would be the first question I would ask. Because for me, that is a whole nother problem. Because diplomats should be able to communicate in a civil way, first of all. That's the whole point. You as the diplomat, you have to, if you want to get anything done, you have to at least acknowledge the other person and the other groups are human beings that you're negotiating with. So keep that in mind as you listen to what he just said and ask yourself, is that something a diplomat would say?
It's a clash. Senator Ben Cardin, Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Senators, members of Congress, distinguished guests, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the fourth time.
What's up, Wap?
We meet today at a crossroads of history. Our world is in upheaval. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization.
And look.
It's a
Look at the
clash
people.
between those who
People are clapping. Not all people, obviously, but enough are clapping. That is very, very, very strange. That's not a good sign at all.
glorify death and those who sanctify life. For the forces of civilization to triumph, America and Israel must stand together.
So, if we must stand together, Americans should ask him, does he agree with Project 2025? Because standing together shouldn't just mean us giving money and weapons. Like, it should be reciprocal too. So where does he stand on politics like Trump politics? Does he want the president to have in the US to have that kind of power over the citizens? Does he want the president to be able to order the military to attack citizens demonstrating? Yeah, I wonder.
Because when we stand together, something very simple happens. We win, they lose.
Yeah, but when and how long? We're the ones who get that. Look, what does he talk about? That sounds like a pimp move. Like, when we stay together, we win, they lose. We know that because we, the US, we come with all the backing to the war. So what is he talking about? That is empty to me, empty rhetoric, like empty rhetoric. The question should be, why ain't you winning, Netanyahu? Is your plan poor? What's taking you so long? Like, come on. Anybody could have made this peace with the Palestinians which would create peace in the region, by the way. It would help towards that. Anybody, in my view, politically, if they wanted to achieve that, could have had that. It's ways to get people on your side, and it doesn't always have to be from the perspective of I'm against you, you're against me. It has to be real diplomats know how to see another person as a human being so they can reason and rationalize with them, to gain their acceptance or understanding. That's what's supposed to be happening on a diplomatic level. But instead, this guy's giving almost like a hate speech. He's calling them barbarians, barbarism. And what is the context of that anyway? Has that ever been a good term? Who's that term been used against before in history? What's the thought?
And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing. We will win. Ladies and gentlemen, like December 7th, 1941, and September 11th, 2001, October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy. It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating at an outdoor music festival. And suddenly, at 6:29 a.m., as children were still sleeping soundly in their beds in the towns and kibbutzim next to Gaza, suddenly heaven turned into hell. 3,000 Hamas terrorists stormed into Israel. They butchered 1,200 people from 41 countries, including 39 Americans. Proportionately, compared to our population size, that's like 20 9/11s in one day. And these monsters, they raped women, they beheaded men, they burnt babies alive, they killed parents in front of their children.
Okay, let me just stop this. Let me see. I wonder how you fact check the things that he's saying. I'm not saying that they're not true. And by the way, if they are true, then you could understand what could create a situation of vengeance, right? Yeah, but if those things are true, those are horrible, horrible things. You know, in war, there cannot be any type of respect for men that are raping women and children in war. There can be no type of, that has to be dealt with. That is sickening. That is wrong. And I think if that is the case, then you could see maybe what kind of cycle they're stuck in. Certain persons, different backgrounds, or maybe similar backgrounds, Muslim, Jewish, or I guess maybe it's also nationality or more ethnic ties involved too. Like it's not just Muslim. What type of Muslim are you? Or I'm just saying it seems like they're very locked in some hateful relationship. And the US has got itself caught up in that relationship, has inherited it because of all the political factors in the history, but do you think Netanyahu, would you like to know what his position is on American politics? Since he's here too, like, should we get to know, so as a judge, as a way to judge his thinking, would he want the US president to have what Project 2025 suggests? Would he be for that type of use of military force against American citizens? And yeah, that's what I wonder about. And what do you think about this war? Let me know. Even when the video ends and it goes on replay, let me know in the comments section what you think about this conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians, and try to refrain from tying it into the beginning of the world. And just let's keep it in context to these particular people in their particular time, let's say in the 50 years, or 60 years, however long that's been going on. All right, let's play some more. I'm sorry.
And children in front of their parents. They dragged 255 people, both living and dead, into the dark dungeons of Gaza. Israel has already brought home 135 of these hostages, including 7 who were freed in daring rescue operations. One of those freed hostages, Noor Gamani, is here in the gallery, sitting near my wife, Sarah. On the morning On the morning of October 7th, the entire world saw Noah's look of desperation as she was violently abducted to Gaza on the back of a motorcycle. I met Noah's mother, Leora, a few months ago. She was dying of cancer. She said to me, "Prime Minister, I have one final wish. I wish to hug my daughter Noah one last time before I die." 2 months ago, I authorized a breathtaking commando rescue operation. Our special forces, including a heroic officer named Arnon Zmora, who fell in this battle, rescued Noah and 3 other hostages. Noah, I think it's one of the most moving things. When Noah was reunited with her mother, Leora, and her mother's last wish came true. Noah, we're so thrilled to have you with us today. Thank you. Many hostage families are also here with us today, including Eliyahu Bibas. Eliyahu Bibas is the grandfather of those 2 beautiful red-headed boys, the Bibas boys, toddlers. And they were taken hostage with their mother and and Eliyahu's son. The entire family was taken hostage. 2 beautiful red-haired children taken hostage. What monsters. And with us also is Iris Chaim, whose son, Yotam, bravely escaped Hamas captivity with 2 other Israelis, and tragically they were killed making their way back to our lines. We have with us also the families of American hostages. They're here. The pain these families have endured is beyond words. I met with them again yesterday, and I promised them this: I will not rest until all their loved ones are home, all of them. As we speak, we're actively engaged in intensive efforts to secure their release, and I'm confident that these efforts can succeed. Some of them are taking place right now. I want to thank President Biden for his tireless efforts on behalf of the hostages and for his efforts to the hostage families as well.
You know that Trump is not going to like that.
I thank President Biden for his heartfelt support for Israel after the savage attack on October 7th. He rightly called Hamas sheer evil. He dispatched 2 aircraft carriers to the Middle East to deter a wider war. And he came to Israel to stand with us during our darkest hour, a visit that will never be forgotten.
And another thing, I'm not sure if this is in real time, but as of yesterday, he hadn't signed this peace deal that Biden sent out for Israel and Palestinian leaders. So far, as far as I know, it hasn't been signed. They don't go along with it.
President Biden and I have known each other for over 40 years. I want to thank him for half a century of friendship to Israel and for being, as he says, a proud Zionist. Actually, he says a proud Irish-American Zionist. My friends, for more than 9 months, Israel's soldiers have shown boundless courage. With us today, is Lieutenant Avichai Reuven. Avichai is an officer in the Israeli paratroopers. His family immigrated to Israel from Ethiopia. In the early hours of October 7th, Avichai heard the news of Hamas's bloody rampage. He put on his uniform, grabbed his rifle, but he didn't have a car. So he ran 8 miles to the front lines of Gaza to defend his people. You heard that right. He ran 8 miles, came to the front lines, killed many terrorists, and saved many, many lives. Avichai, we all honor your remarkable heroism. Another Israeli is with us here today, and he's stand up right next to Avichai. This is Master Sergeant Ashraf al-Bakhiri. Ashraf is a Bedouin soldier from the Israeli Muslim community of Raat. On October 7th, Ashraf too killed many terrorists. First, he defended his comrades in the military base, and he then rushed to defend the neighboring communities, including the devastated community of Kibbutz Be'eri. Like Ashraf, the Muslim soldiers of the IDF fought alongside their Jewish, Druze, Christian, and other comrades in arms with tremendous bravery. A third hero, Lieutenant Asa Sofer, is also here with us. Asa fought as an officer in the Tank Corps, and he was wounded in battle. He was wounded in battle while protecting his fellow soldiers from a grenade. He lost his right arm and the vision in his left eye. He's recovering, and incredibly, within a short time, Asa will soon return to active duty as a commander of a tank company. I just learned there is a fourth hero here, Lieutenant Jonathan Ben Chamo, who lost a leg in Gaza and continued to fight. My friends, these are the soldiers of Israel, unbowed, undaunted, unafraid.
All right, but listen, y'all. Again, this is interesting type of speech or direction because the war is real, and even the American military, as powerful as it is, makes decisions to not engage in conflict certain times. Direct military physical conflict because it does have a toll on the military. You know, what about the reserves? What about, yeah, I don't know. To me, it seems like it's ripping away at the peace, whatever peace there is, and the chance of peace. Because politically speaking, as Wab was pointing out, that's what the two-state solution was about: to have peace, so that everyone could have a stake in their own communities. As intended, as it should have been in the first place. But now it seems like since the attack with Hamas, all that is ended. Because Israel's military has just bombarded Palestine, essentially, or regions of it, on the bank, right? So I don't know, but let's hear some more. It's almost done. I'm gonna drop the link.
As the Bible says, Am kelavi yakum. They shall rise like lions. They have risen like lions. The lions of Judah, the lions of Israel. Ladies and gentlemen, the men and women of the IDF come from every corner of Israeli society, every ethnicity, every color, every creed, left and right, religious and secular. All are imbued with the indomitable spirit of the Maccabees, the legendary Jewish warriors of antiquity. With us today is Yechiel Leiter, the father of one of those Maccabees. Yechiel's father escaped the Holocaust and found refuge in America. As a young man, Yechiel moved to Israel and raised a family of 8 children. He named his eldest son, Moshe, after his late father. Moshe became an exemplary officer in one of our elite commando units. He served with distinction for 2 decades while raising 6 beautiful children of his own. On October 7th, Moshe volunteered to return to combat. 4 weeks later, he was killed when a booby-trapped mine exploded in a tunnel shaft right next to a mosque. At his son's funeral, Yechiel said this: "If the state of Israel had not been established after the Holocaust, the image engraved in our collective memory would have been the photograph of that helpless Jewish boy in the Warsaw Ghetto holding his hands up in the air with Nazi rifles pointed at him. But because of the birth of Israel," Yechiel continued.
Okay, one second. Hamas. Now, Wab asked a question. Let me see here. He asked the question, have I seen this? Now, let me go over to Chat GDP for a second and ask it a question while he's speaking. Let me see. The question is, did Israel help create Hamas? Let's see what he comes back with. Let me see what the audio says here. I can play the audio back. Oh, it's still giving up information. Hold on. Let's see here.
The relationship between Israel and Hamas is complex and has historical roots in the dynamics of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Israel and its military government in the occupied territories allowed and even encouraged the growth of Islamic organizations as a counterbalance to the secular nationalist movement represented by the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, and its dominant faction, Fatah. This period saw the rise of the Muslim Brotherhood's influence in Gaza. Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, a prominent figure of the Muslim Brotherhood in Gaza, founded an organization that would later become Hamas in 1987 during the First Intifada. Hamas, an acronym for Harakat al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya, Islamic Resistance Movement, emerged as an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, focusing on both social welfare and militant resistance against Israeli occupation. While it is not accurate to say that Israel created Hamas, Israel's policies and actions during this period inadvertently facilitated the environment in which Hamas could establish itself as a significant player in Palestinian politics and resistance. These actions were part of a broader strategy by Israel to weaken the influence of the PLO. Over time, Hamas grew increasingly powerful and became one of the main adversaries of Israel, particularly through its militant wing. To summarize, Israel did not directly create Hamas, but its policies and strategic decisions in the late 20th century played a role in the group's rise and development.
Okay, so there you
Because of
have
the
it.
courage of soldiers like my son Moshe, the Jewish people are no longer helpless in the face of our enemies.
And just to make it clear, right, that means that our money too, citizens, the taxpayers of the United States, our money also enabled it. Because let's see here, what year did they say that was? In the 1980s, of course. So that's U.S. dollars, 1970s and 1980s, yes. So that's American dollars that were spent to inadvertently fund Hamas. You see? Sadly.
Yechiel, please rise so we can honor your son's sacrifice. And I pledge to you and to all the bereaved families of Israel, some of whom are in this hall today, the sacrifice of your loved ones will not be in vain. It will not be in vain because for Israel, never again must never be an empty promise. It must always remain a sacred vow. And after October 7th, never again is now. My friends, defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. Yet incredibly, many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers. They stand with people who came into the kibbutzim, into a home. The parents hid the children, the two babies, in the attic, in a secret attic. They murdered the families, the parents. They found the secret latch to the hidden attic, and then they murder the babies. These protesters stand with them. They should be ashamed of themselves.
Well, that analogy I don't quite understand right there because, you know, it's not necessarily that the protesters are aware of those facts that he's been stating. Like he stated that they're killing babies, raping women, these kind of things. Okay, let me just see something here. Um, it's not to veer off of that point, but it's actually to go in deeper. I want to ask ChatGDP a question on this. But I'm curious myself if this is the correct language. But then again, I'm not blaming because when there's rape, killing of babies involved, there's obviously a lot of hate involved. So let's see here. And that's not an excuse. You shouldn't be raping women or killing babies when you're just having a conflict over politics. That's not the answer. But let me see. What does ChatGDP say? Have Israeli soldiers raped or killed children of Palestinian origins? Let me see what ChatGDP comes up with. I just wanted to ask him the opposite question, just to make sure I understand the situation. Because to me, my thoughts were it's like it's been happening on, you know, it's been alleged, and I'm curious if his interactions are also alleged. But let's see here. Oh, it's still coming back. More information. Okay, so let's see here.
Allegations of human rights abuses, including the killing and mistreatment of children, have been a highly contentious and sensitive aspect of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Various human rights organizations and reports have documented incidents involving the deaths of Palestinian children during military operations, as well as allegations of mistreatment. 1. Killing of children. Numerous reports by organizations such as Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, and the United Nations have documented cases where Palestinian children have been killed by Israeli military actions. For example, during the Gaza conflicts in 2008, 2009, 2012, 2014, and more recent escalations, significant numbers of children were among the casualties. According to UNICEF, 501 children were killed during the 2014 Gaza conflict, a source, 18 source. 2. Mistreatment and abuse. There have been reports and allegations of mistreatment of Palestinian children by Israeli soldiers. This includes reports of physical abuse, intimidation, and psychological stress during arrest and detention processes. Organizations like Defense for Children International, Palestine, DCIP, have documented cases where children have been subjected to harsh interrogation techniques and other forms of mistreatment while in Israeli custody. Number 3, allegations of rape. Specific allegations of rape by Israeli soldiers are far less common and are not widely documented in credible sources. While accusations may surface in various contexts, these are generally not substantiated by the same level of detailed investigation and documentation as other forms of abuse. 4. Israeli perspective. The Israeli government and military generally deny allegations of deliberate targeting of children or mistreatment. They argue that military operations in densely populated areas like Gaza inevitably lead to civilian casualties, including children, due to the tactics employed by militant groups such as Hamas, which are accused of using civilian areas for military purposes. 5. Independent investigations. Various independent investigations and inquiries have attempted to assess these allegations, often calling for accountability and adherence to international humanitarian law. The Goldstone Report, 2009, by the United Nations, for example, investigated the 2008-2009 Gaza conflict and found evidence suggesting that both Israeli forces and Palestinian militants committed war crimes, though the report and its findings have been controversial and disputed. In conclusion, while there is extensive documentation of the deaths and mistreatment of Palestinian children in the context of the conflict, allegations of rape are rare and not widely substantiated in credible sources. The broader context of these incidents involves a complex interplay of military operations, militant tactics, and the highly charged political environment of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Okay, let me see here. Let me see what this term. I'm not saying that this information is fully up to date or accurate. It's not. So don't take this to be necessarily the total truth at all. And so it may not even be 100% correct. So just understand that. But I like to use Chat GDP just to get a general understanding, and you can ask different questions in different ways too. But I just wanted to hear what it had to say about this on the surface. Now, if I change this to Palestinian soldiers, and then let me see, change this to Israeli origins, right? Oh, did they take it out? So they want me to change the question? They want me to, I have to say SA. Okay, let me see. Let me try it this way. Sorry. Oh, the answer's coming back. Okay, so here we have it. That's good. Sorry, it took a minute. So I reversed the question. And the question is, do the Palestinians now commit these kind of attacks? So this is the answer against Israelis, of course. The first time I asked, have Israelis committed these type of acts against Palestinians? And now I'm doing it the opposite way, the same question.
The Israeli-Palestinian conflict has seen numerous instances of violence involving civilians, including children. Here are some key points regarding allegations and documented cases involving Palestinian militants. 1. Killing of children. There have been several instances where Palestinian militant groups, such as Hamas and Islamic Jihad, have been responsible for attacks that resulted in the deaths of Israeli children. These incidents typically occur through rocket attacks, suicide bombings, and other forms of violence targeting civilian areas. For example, in 2001, a Hamas suicide bombing at the Sbarro Pizza restaurant in Jerusalem killed 15 people, including children, 17 source. In 2011, an attack on a family in the West Bank settlement of Itamar resulted in the stabbing deaths of 5 members of the Fogel family, including 3 children, 18 source. 2 rape allegations. There are fewer documented allegations of rape by Palestinian militants. Incidents of rape, particularly in the context of armed conflict, are severe but also highly sensitive and underreported due to the stigma and trauma associated with sexual violence. While there have been numerous allegations and reports of killings and abductions, documented cases of rape are rare in the context of this particular conflict. 3. Hostage situations. Palestinian militant groups have also been responsible for taking Israeli hostages, including children. The case of Gilad Shalit, an Israeli soldier captured by Hamas in 2006 and held for over 5 years, is one of the most well-known incidents. While Shalit was not a child, the psychological impact on his family and broader implications for children living in conflict zones are significant. 4. Rocket and mortar attacks. Palestinian militant groups frequently launch rockets and mortars from Gaza into Israeli territory. These attacks indiscriminately target civilian areas, including schools and residential neighborhoods, posing a significant threat to children. The trauma and psychological impact on Israeli children living under constant threat of rocket fire are well documented by various humanitarian and human rights organizations. 7 source. International responses and investigations. International bodies, including the United Nations and various human rights organizations, have investigated and reported on violations by both Israeli and Palestinian forces. Reports often highlight the complex nature of the conflict, where both sides are accused of committing acts that result in civilian casualties, including children. In summary, there are documented instances where Palestinian militants have killed Israeli children through various forms of attacks. Allegations of rape are less commonly reported or substantiated in credible sources. The conflict's violent nature has resulted in significant civilian suffering on both sides, including psychological trauma for children living in affected areas.
They refuse to make the simple distinction between those who target terrorists.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, I was saying, and I was just checking out Netanyahu's statement on crimes of war. War crimes regarding the Palestinian military or Hamas military, for that matter, and also checking the same data regarding Israeli war crimes, just to see if the speech is adding up. That's all.
And those who target civilians, between the democratic state of Israel and the terrorist thugs of Hamas. We recently learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests in America. They want to disrupt America. So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. And I wish to salute the fraternity brothers at the University of North Carolina who protected the American flag against these anti-Israel protesters.
Wait a second. Let me go back now. I'm going to hear that one more time. I'm sorry, because I was asking, does Netanyahu support Project 2025? Does he support the type of use that the president should be able to use the military against protesters? Also, protesters like the ones that are protesting against his speech here, that outside the Capitol, and other protests. Where do you think he would stand on that? Would he support Trump and Project 2025, or would he support the Democrats' policy on it, or the current policy? Not current, prior Supreme Court ruling. Yeah, prior to the Supreme Court ruling policy on these type of issues. Um, yeah, what do you all think? Do you think allies should have a position on domestic or national American USA affairs? Let me know what you think.
They refuse to make the simple distinction between those who target terrorists and those who target civilians, between the democratic state of Israel and the terrorist thugs of Hamas. We recently learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests.
What do you think about that? Like that type of thinking? Should a military attack a civilian area, civilian region, or civilian space because your military believes that there's opposing military soldiers in that area, and even though there's civilians surrounding them, you shouldn't be able to attack that? Like, what's your position on that? I think that's a little strange. because you can't have it both ways. Like, you can't have the military advantage and also the reasoning to back up any use. You see what I mean? Um, there, in my view, or I guess the question becomes, what is it necessary? Is it necessary to contain the issue? Yeah. So let's hear some more.
In America, they want to disrupt America. So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. And I wish to salute the fraternity brothers at the University of North Carolina who protected the American flag against these anti-Israel protesters. For all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building. Not that many, but they're there, and throughout the city. Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots.
Now, what do you think about that? Do you think that those protesters have become Iran's useful idiots? Yeah, let me know what you think.
Some of these protesters, and it's amazing, absolutely amazing, some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC.
You know what? I think that's a sign of weakness to even mention the protesters, because there's always going to be protesters there with something like this. It's a serious issue, of concern. But his response to the protesters, he's given a lot of time in his speech to protesters. And that's why I'm saying you have to ask, does Netanyahu support things like Project 2025 in the U.S.? The president being able to have direct the military to remove or attack protesters, because of the way his speech sounds. Just, I don't know. I'm not saying I wouldn't support Israel, but what I'm saying is, do you have to support Netanyahu to do that? Like,
these protesters chant from the river to the sea, but many don't have a clue what river and what sea they're talking about. They not only get an F in geography, they get an F in history. They call Israel a colonialist state. Don't they know that the land of Israel is where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob prayed, where Isaiah and Jeremiah preached, and where David and Solomon ruled?
And even if I don't agree with the things he's saying, the comparison about history or anything like that, I wonder when the protesters say these kind of terms, colonizer and things like this, if they're warranted in terms of diplomacy. Like, is that diplomatic language? Is there a way that they can find other commonalities and not only with colonizer? Is it that the case? Is it fair to use that? I'm just saying, and what political environment will come out of that kind of language? I'm not saying they're not right, but to say it is something else.
For nearly 4,000 years, The land of Israel has been the homeland of the Jewish people. It's always been our home. It will always be our home. It's not only the campus protesters who get it wrong. It's also the people who run those campuses. 80 years after the Holocaust, 80 years after the Holocaust, the presidents of Harvard, Penn, and I'm ashamed to say my alma mater, MIT, couldn't bring themselves to condemn the calls for the genocide of Jews. You remember what they said? They said, it depends on the context. Well, let me give these befuddled academics a little context. Anti-Semitism is the world's oldest hatred. For centuries, the massacre of Jews was always preceded by...
Let me just interject there. Is that accurate? Is that accurate? According to science, that statement, he said it's the oldest. Anti-Semitism is the oldest. But that, I don't believe that's accurate at all. And it might be, well, did he say the oldest or one of the oldest? Maybe it is. It might be one of the oldest according to history. And history is the written, what is written of man. But I think there's a lot of old forms of discrimination, ethnic ones. I think there's got to be a lot. Not so, and I'm thinking even before uh, Israel existed, there's been other forms of ethnic hatred and Holocaust maybe. I'm not belittling the Holocaust though, but I'm just saying, I don't know. I don't know. To me, it seems like he's given a lot of focus to the protesters. And in my view, that's not useful because kids, young people can make mistakes. Young people are not old people. Young people can have a difference of view and a difference of opinion. What are you going to do? Get rid of them all? Shoot them all? What's the solution to Project 2025 to anything you don't like or things opposing opinion? Is that how a diplomat responds? But again, I'm not telling him don't make a case for Israel. I'm just saying, to me, it seems like everybody should be wanting to protect freedom of speech. Hate speech, no. Hate speech, no. But his speech is almost done, so let's hear it out.
Wild accusations. We were accused of everything from poisoning wells to spreading plagues to using the blood of slaughtered children to bake Passover matzahs. These preposterous anti-Semitic lies led to persecution, mass murder, and ultimately to history's worst genocide, the Holocaust. Now, just as malicious lies were leveled for centuries at the Jewish people, malicious lies are now being leveled at the Jewish state. No, don't applaud. Listen. The outrageous slanders that paint Israel as racist and genocidal are meant to delegitimize Israel, to demonize the Jewish state, and to demonize Jews everywhere. And no wonder we've witnessed an appalling rise of anti-Semitism in America.
I think, that's a factor. That is a factor. There's anti-Semitism that a lot of people don't even recognize, which is odd. But I think, to confuse it with Israel and it being purely anti-Semitism, I'm not so sure how accurate that is. But I think that there are some things that are being put out there, people trying to connect them with historic wrongs of humanity, even people that really do draw a connection between the Bible, because or the Torah, these things, and see them as history that connect them to today. Or the another thing that the I think comes out of that's been around for a minute prior to World War One or two is this demonizing of Jews in Eastern Europe, by Russian government, also later by Western governments as well, which led up to the Holocaust. There's like literal campaigns, a lot of lies, and even some lies people for a long time just believed they were true because and didn't even know the origins of the things they're reading. Sadly enough, it is the case sometimes. So anti-Semitism is real, but does it is it going to be enough? This type of speaking that Netanyahu does, is it going to be enough to to make American citizens happy? Because American citizens wanted a solution between it. They wanted a peaceful solution. They wanted a two-state solution, even. And American people didn't get to vote on how Israel responds to Hamas. Um, so there could be differences of opinion on that, but let me let it play.
America and around the world.
Yo, the link is down there, but I'm gonna let people on as soon as it's done.
My friends, whenever and wherever we see the scourge of anti-Semitism, we must unequivocally condemn it and resolutely fight it, without exception. And don't be fooled when the blood libels against the Jewish state come from people who wear fancy silk robes and speak in lofty tones about law and justice. Here's a case in point. The prosecutor of the International Criminal Court has shamefully accused Israel of deliberately starving the people of Gaza. This is utter, complete nonsense. It's a complete fabrication.
Okay, wait a second now. See, I have to just look that up real quick. Let's see here. Claims. Okay. How true how true are the claims that the Israeli military or government are starving? Is it starving the people of Palestine? Sometimes you can't, Okay, well, it came up pretty fast. I thought it would take a little while longer. Let's see what ChatGDP says on that one. Oh, it's still bringing back more. Yeah, I just want to be accurate because I don't want to be unfair. And it's important that Americans, we get more complex and more detailed language on these things because, politicians don't always bring that to light, you know. Yeah, sometimes it's very emotional, not information based. So let's see here.
Claims that the Israeli military or government are starving the people of Palestine often refer to the severe restrictions imposed by Israel on the movement of goods and people in and out of the Gaza Strip, as well as limitations in the West Bank. Here's an overview of the situation, backed by various sources. 1. Blockade and restrictions. Gaza Strip. Since Hamas took control of Gaza in 2007, Israel has imposed a blockade on the territory, restricting the flow of goods including food, medicine, and other essential supplies. Israel states that the blockade is necessary to prevent weapons and materials that could be used for military purposes from reaching Hamas. However, this blockade has led to significant shortages of food, medical supplies, and other essentials for the civilian population, 6 source. West Bank. While not under a full blockade like Gaza, the West Bank faces numerous Israeli checkpoints and restrictions that affect the movement of people and goods. These restrictions disrupt economic activities and access to resources, impacting food security and livelihoods. Sixth source. 2. Humanitarian impact. United Nations and NGOs, organizations like the United Nations, Human Rights Watch, and Amnesty International have repeatedly reported on the humanitarian impact of the blockade and restrictions. They highlight issues such as malnutrition, lack of medical care, and inadequate living conditions due to the restrictions on imports and exports. The UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, regularly reports on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza, emphasizing the severe impact on civilians, especially children. Source 7 source 18 source. 3. Reports and evidence. Economic and food security. According to the World Food Program, WFP, food insecurity is a significant issue in Gaza, with a large portion of the population relying on food aid. The economic blockade has severely hampered Gaza's economy, leading to high unemployment rates and poverty, further exacerbating food insecurity. Source 17 source. Access to health services. Reports by Médecins Sans Frontières and other health organizations have documented the difficulties faced by Gazans in accessing medical care, including delays and denials of permits for medical treatment outside Gaza. This situation contributes to the overall health crisis in the territory. 18 source. Israeli perspective. Security concerns. The Israeli government argues that the restrictions are necessary for security reasons, to prevent Hamas and other militant groups from obtaining weapons and materials that could be used in attacks against Israel. The blockade and restrictions are part of a broader strategy to ensure Israeli security, although they have significant humanitarian implications. 16 source. In conclusion, the claims that the Israeli military or government are starving the people of Palestine are grounded in the reality of the severe restrictions and blockades imposed, particularly on Gaza. These measures have resulted in widespread food insecurity, economic hardship, and inadequate access to medical care for many Palestinians. While Israel justifies these actions on security grounds, the humanitarian impact on the civilian population is well documented by numerous international organizations and human rights groups.
Okay, so it comes down to the blockade, essentially. All right, let's go.
Israel has enabled more than 40,000 aid trucks to enter Gaza. That's 500,000 tons of food. And that's more than 3,000 calories for every man, woman, and child in Gaza. If there are Palestinians in Gaza who aren't getting enough food, it's not because Israel is blocking it, it's because Hamas is stealing it.
Leonard, let me try to look that up. But you said his prime minister said, just say the name of the prime minister for me, if you don't mind. Thanks.
So much for that lie, but here's another. The ICC prosecutor accuses Israel of deliberately targeting civilians. What in God's green earth is he talking about? The IDF has dropped millions of flyers, sent millions of text messages, made hundreds of thousands of phone calls to get Palestinian civilians out of harm's way. But at the same time, Hamas does everything in its power to put Palestinian civilians in harm's way. They fire rockets from schools, from hospitals, from mosques. They even shoot their own people when they try to leave the war zone. A senior Hamas official, Fatri Hamad, boasted, listen to this, he boasted that Palestinian women and children excel at being human shields. His words, excel at being human shields. What monstrous evil. For Israel, every civilian death is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy. They actually want Palestinian civilians to die so that Israel will be smeared in the international.
Okay. Yeah, actually, I just found that. Let me play that back. There was a comment here. that Leonard made, where it says the prime minister, I believe he's saying this prime minister said that our black American children are the greatest threat to Israel. Okay, well, I looked that up on ChatGDP. Let's see what the results are, just to get some clarity on this real quick. Hope y'all can see this. Um,
No, the Israeli Prime Minister has not made a statement claiming that Black American children are the greatest threat to Israel. However, a controversy arose in May 2023 when Judith Varney Shorer, the Israeli consul general in Atlanta, made a statement suggesting that Black American youth are a significant threat. This comment was made in the context of discussing the influence of the Black Lives Matter movement and its criticism of Israeli policies 35 source, 36 source, 37 source, 38 source. It's important to differentiate between the statements of individual officials and the official stance of the Israeli government or the Prime Minister. In this case, the statement from Shorer sparked significant backlash and discussions about racism and the dynamics of international political relations.
And be pressured to end the war before it's won. This would enable Hamas to survive.
yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, that was the Israeli consul general in Atlanta that made the comments, or similar comments, and it's based on Black Lives Matter. And how do you feel about that? Like, do you think, again, this goes back to my question before about what do you
Today,
think? Sorry, what do you think? Um, do you think that we would want to ask these kind of questions to Netanyahu? Like, how does he feel about democracy in the U.S.? Does he support things like Project 2025? Because working together means all of that stuff. It means in many ways. It doesn't just mean we send weapons. It means in other ways. So how would Netanyahu, for example, feel about Black Lives Matter? How would he feel about Project 2025? These kind of things. How would he feel about the president of the United States having the authority to send the military against its own citizens when they're protesting? I thought he gave a lot of focus. I thought that was not smart of Netanyahu to talk about the protesters in the U.S. Um, at the Capitol, because the U.S. is not the same type of country. It has a longer history than Israel, the state itself, um, the functioning government, these kind of things. It's a superpower. So, it's had a different um, rise, you could say. And but I'm curious, like, how does the Israeli government view American, politics in general? I think it's important to know that, but I don't think it's so wise of him to speak about the students and the protesters in the U.S. because our culture is different from the Middle East, you know, and that includes Israel to some degree. Like, we look at dissension, as long as it's peaceful, in a good way. And, we look at it as part of speaking truth to power. So even if you don't agree with what they're saying, as long as they say it in a way that is within their rights, that is perfectly fine. It should be celebrated, even if you disagree with it. Um, and if somebody busts a lamp or something like that, I don't think you should be able to shoot them. If somebody scratches a car, I don't think you should be able to shoot them openly that way. I don't think those kind of things are good in the U.S. I don't think they work the same. I think we're moving towards a stronger judicial system, that has more refined and delicate ways of dealing with these kind of things than to just send the military after people. So I wonder where somebody like Netanyahu is on that Project 2025, because, once you send them against some demonstrators, you're going to end up sending them against all, so let's think about that. It won't ever stop, will it?
and as they vowed to carry out October 7th again and again and again. Well, I want to assure you, no matter what pressure is brought to bear, I will never allow that to happen. The vast majority of Americans have not fallen for this Hamas propaganda. They continue to support Israel. And I want to say thank you, America, and thank you, senators and House members who continue to support us, continue to support Israel, continue to support the truth and see through the lies. But as for the minority that may have fallen.
But I'm gonna stop it right here. But let's just all agree that we will never know the truth, the total truth of where this conflict begins, what this conflict is about, because it's a conflict that's happening in another region of the world and where people have other beliefs, where something like religious story might hold precedent to, history in itself of the region. You see what I mean? Now, just to be clear about this, to believe in the Torah or the Bible or these things, it pretty much means, if you want to do that 100%, it means you have to take it for a history too. And a lot of people take it that way. Maybe it doesn't mean you have to, but a lot of people take it as real history, like especially when discussing things like who are God's people. You see, and I myself, I don't believe that's a wise approach to that creates unity, and I don't believe it's a wise way to approach anything, because we're all God's people. We're all here on earth. We're all here in the universe. We're all part of the Creator thing, whatever that is. You see what I mean? So I would never see myself as more godly over anybody else ever, just as a principle. You see what I mean? Myself, that's how I roll as an individual, and I don't really care what anybody's religion is. But when it comes to those certain values, it's like we have to be clear that we're all the children of the universe. We're all God's people, whether it's written or not. We all have those inalienable human rights. It's not just for one group of people, or one ethnicity. It's for everybody, So, Bev, you there? Let me drop the link to anybody else want to hop up.
Yeah, I'm here. First I'm going to say I'm neither pro-Palestinian or pro-Israeli, but my opinion of this whole thing is overkill now. Netanyahu is an ultra-right conservative, and not all Jewish people love him. The people who love him are the people who are on, I would say, the rural areas of, just like the United States, the rural, R-U-R-A-L.
Yeah, rural.
Rural, yes.
Yeah.
They're on the rural areas. They're taking the land. They actually saw, I actually saw a video where young Jewish men went in, made an elderly Palestinian lady leave her property. They just took it from her. So my thing is, you keep asking about Netanyahu, would he be part of Project 25? Yes, he is. He will support Donald Trump. Donald Trump will support him because Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, has stated what lovely waterfront property, their goal, Donald Trump and Jared Kushner, their goal is to go into take Palestine away and make it waterfront property for sale. If Donald Trump gets in, he's going to call permanent martial law and take control of law enforcement. He will stop the protests. Listen to what Netanyahu said just now towards the end. He's talking about the protesters. He doesn't want the protesters. The one he supports is the college students from the college in North Carolina. They protected the flag. What the hell are they protecting the flag from? We're not being attacked. He's stoking the flame among American people to get the money.
Hey,
In
Bev,
my
check
opinion.
this out. Let's listen. Look, I asked Chat GDP that question here. Let's check it out. Look.
Jared Kushner did make comments about Gaza's waterfront property that sparked significant controversy. In a February 2024 interview at Harvard University, Kushner described Gaza's waterfront property as very valuable and suggested that if resources were directed towards building up livelihoods instead of tunnel networks and munitions, Gaza could have significant economic potential. He also proposed moving Palestinian civilians out of Gaza to the Negev desert and suggested cleaning up the area to make it valuable 46-star source, 47 source.
You see?
His comments were
Hold on.
widely criticized, with accusations that he was advocating for the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from Gaza. He responded to the backlash by posting a video of his full remarks and standing by his comments, emphasizing the need for accountability from Palestinian leadership to improve the lives of Palestinian people. 47 source.
That is horrible. That is horrible. I mean, you know. So he did make comments like that. Go ahead.
Yes, he did. He did. I don't know that much about the Middle East, but the few things I do know, I don't like Israel. I feel Israel has the right to exist, but what they're doing now is overkill. And when Netanyahu came, when he started the war, whatever you want to call it, I call it the genocide, he said he was going to annihilate the Palestinian people. He was going to annihilate them. He was going to take them off the face of the earth. I mean,
who said that?
Netanyahu. That's what he said in the beginning. He said it. Listen to the speech. Really listen to his speech. Go back when you can just listen to it when you're not online, when you have time, listen to it. He's pandering to the Project 25. The tenets of Project 25. Listen to
the way he's speaking.
It
mirrors it.
He's going with he knows Trump's values. Trump will never go against Netanyahu because his son-in-law is planning on developing the waterfront property, what you just read, and Donald Trump plans, if he's not in jail, he plans to be a part of it. And he won't go against him because his daughter, and his son-in-law are going to be a part of it. So this thing about Netanyahu is all that. Israel is, I will say this, Israel is not all wrong, but neither is Hamas. You bomb children, you kill children, you kill their parents. You're making these people hate you more. He will never accept the two-state concept, the both of them joining together and living in the area together. He's not going to do it.
Yes, and
the thing is that himself.
The two-state thing was about peace.
And he doesn't want that.
Peace.
And there's something in the Bible. I'm not a religious person, but I grew up with my grandmother, and she talked about a lot of things in the Bible. And there's something about somebody and their children in the Bible didn't go along. This is a biblical, I hope I'm saying it right, a biblical thing. And it's just going into modern days. It's never going to end. And a lot of people, I've read where the people in the cities, like, because my sister went to Israel and she was telling me, she said, Israel, the city, is just like us. Go ahead. What did you say?
It's just like what? You said the city.
The city in Israel, it's just like us. The people, the city people, they work.
Tel Aviv. You're talking about the capital?
Yeah, Tel Aviv and different cities in Israel. they don't like Netanyahu. I'm gonna start looking more into it because I've just skimmed over it. But what I do know is that Israel Netanyahu is not who the average Israeli person likes because they feel he's too far right. They
Okay.
they would rather have the peace to join in with them, join in with the Palestinians and stuff like that. So yes, he will support Trump, and as long as he gets money, as long as the
Okay.
people give him money, and I feel he had the Israeli people have the right to defend themselves. But come on, this has gone overboard. You can't keep supporting somebody that is you know it's genocide. And they were starving the people. The reason why they started giving them money is because people in the US and all over started complaining. That's why they started feeding them. He told truths, but he told a lot of little lies in there. And there's, like you say, there's nobody there to fact check them, you
Yes,
know.
it's hard to. It's important to fact check everything that they say. These politicians all the time because at the end of the day, that's how they evade responsibility, right? By lying or being able to lie openly. I'm not saying Netanyahu was doing it. I just mean all
Well, I'm
politicians,
saying,
including him. But here's the thing. You know, I looked up this thing about the two-state solution. Let me play that. Here it is. Uh, the reasonings, the proposed purpose behind it.
The two state solution has been proposed as a means to create and sustain peace between Palestine and Israel by establishing two independent states for the two peoples. The idea is that by recognizing both Palestinians and Israelis' rights to self determination and statehood, the ongoing conflict can be resolved, leading to peaceful coexistence. Historical context and goals. 1. Origins and endorsements. 1947 UN Partition Plan. The idea traces back to the United Nations Partition Plan for Palestine in 1947, which proposed separate Jewish and Arab states. Oslo Accords, 1993, marked a significant endorsement of the two-state framework, with mutual recognition between the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, and Israel. International support. The two-state solution has received broad support from various international actors, including the United States, the European Union, and numerous Arab states. 2. Goals. Peace and security. Aim to ensure peace and security for both Israelis and Palestinians. Self-determination. Provide both groups with self-governance and control over their destinies. Economic and social development. Create conditions for economic growth and improved living standards through stable governance structures. Challenges and criticisms. Despite its intentions, the two-state solution faces numerous challenges. 1. Settlements. The continued expansion of Israeli settlements in the West Bank is seen as a major obstacle to the viability of a Palestinian state. 2. Borders and security. Disagreements over borders, security arrangements, and control over Jerusalem complicate negotiations. 3. Political divisions. Internal political divisions within both Israeli and Palestinian societies hinder consensus and progress. 4. Mutual distrust. Deep-seated mistrust and historical grievances fuel skepticism about the feasibility of a peaceful resolution. Alternatives and current status. While the two-state solution remains the officially endorsed framework by many governments and organizations, alternative solutions have been proposed, including one-state solution. Advocates for a single, binational state with equal rights for all citizens, though this raises concerns about preserving national identities and political power dynamics. 2. Confederation models. Propose a confederation with shared governance structures, aiming to address security and cooperation while maintaining distinct national identities. As of now, the two-state solution remains a central yet elusive goal in the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, with ongoing debates about its viability and the necessary steps to achieve lasting peace.
All right. So, yeah, I just wanted to get that out there. So, in any case, you know, overall, I don't feel that this issue can be solved by the U.S. I think And I think people that believe it can be are not paying attention and just looking for wishful thinking, you know. But I think um, people that I don't believe the Israeli government responded correctly, you know, militarily. That has nothing to do with any dislike for the nation, but I don't think the government dealt with it properly. I think they should have sought peace even with the hostages, not seek to invade or go in. I think they should first sought international, you know, and also brought in the U.S. if that's who they need, whoever the allies in to immediately, you know, try to resolve the issue. Because I don't think Israel can do it alone, you know, and I think it goes back so far that for them to think they can do it alone is not a wise thing. It's no pun against their abilities, but the only way that they would be able to do it alone is if Israel and Palestinians could agree to not kill each other ever over political
Oh,
difference. And also, I think for Israel, as it says, the one of the main obstacles here is with the expansion. This expansion, it undermined it. Look, the settlements continue to expand even
it
after the agreement existed, right? So the borders, it challenges the settlements, challenge the situation about the borders, you know, and this kind of thing, it just undermines it. And I think that was a critical mistake. But again, I don't believe Netanyahu benefited from that. I believe Israel did not benefit from this making the settlements, and I don't believe they benefited from responding to Hamas. See, and I think that's the overall issue. Like, is it being handled properly? Not to say who's right or wrong. It's not about that. It's about, is it being handled properly? How can
it
it be handled differently by also both sides? You know, or
it
even if there's more than one side, two sides, it doesn't have to be two sides. It might be three, four different things at play. Go ahead, Bev.
no, it's biblical. It's a biblical thing because Israel feels it's their land. The most, the Palestinians, it feels it's their land, and it's going back, and people haven't moved forward. They're going back and forth. I'm God's chosen people. You see, and it's never going to end. According to what they teach in the Bible, it's never going to end. It's like a curse. It's never going to end, which I don't believe it will end if the parties want it to end. It could end if Netanyahu would agree to the two-state thing, you know, but they don't want it to end because Israel feels they're the chosen people, you know. And before anybody gets up here and say I'm anti-Semitic, I'm not. I'm neither. I'm not anti-Semitic. I grew up in a Jewish community. I grew up.
Oh, but you know what?
Family.
I'm not saying that it's only that
No,
that's an
not
issue
you,
for
but
Israel.
I'm just
I think it's
saying.
an issue in general, like the idea of who the chosen people are. I'm not saying it's only Israelis that think that, or I'm not even saying all Israelis think that. I just mean from a religious context, whether you Muslim, Christian, or Jewish, you have to contend with that statement, that concept, or the idea that you're someone related to you is God's chosen people, and that we're all not just God's chosen people. Everybody that's on earth, everybody
No,
that exists, you know.
I wasn't saying that you were, but in general, that's what people will say. In general, you either have to be for Israel or you're not for Israel. If you're not for Israel, and you say that what Israel is doing at the moment is genocide, then you're considered anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-Semitic. I grew up when I was born. I think World War II had only been had only ended what, five, may no more than 10, in between 5 and 10 years before I was born. So the Holocaust was new. I actually knew people who were in the Holocaust because I asked my grandmother once why they had the numbers on their arm, and we were in the cleaners. We were taking clothes to the cleaners, and the guy sat down and told me. I was young. I didn't really understand the full benefit of it until I got much older. So, but the thing that I was taught, it's biblical. It's in the Bible. It's the curse. I don't want to say for sure. And if I'm wrong, anybody who really knows the Bible, but I think they said it was the curse of Ham. I don't know, but I remember.
Yeah, but I
No,
myself, I
that's
understand
all
you.
I'm saying. That's
Right.
what they say. That's not what I believe, but that's what I was taught as I was younger. I'm going
Yeah.
to start paying more attention to things going on in the Middle East, especially with Israel and Hamas. I'm going to
Well,
start paying
it's our tax
attention.
dollars. It's tax dollars goes to it, and I'm not saying that it shouldn't. I'm just saying we should pay attention to where our tax dollars go, and it goes to a lot of places, and where it doesn't go.
But
But
I
go
didn't
ahead.
think it was. I till like you're saying now. I'm older now, and I see what it is. If we're going to support, if we're supporting Israel, and they have a right to defend themselves, but you know, but do they have a right to annihilate a whole race of people or try to? That's
Right.
the key
That's a
question
good
to
question.
me.
And do you even have the right to do it on accident? Is that
No,
acceptable? You see,
Israel does. Netanyahu does nothing on accident. He
or I'm
is
just saying, but I'm
No,
just
he's
saying,
an
even if
ultra
that's the
right conservative, Vic. He's ultra conservative. He, if he was here with that, the way he feels now, he would be gung ho for Project 2025. And and now I can't say this for sure, but my feeling is he supports it because if he supports this, he gets what he wants for Israel because they're gonna
okay.
give him the money. They're gonna give him the money. Because what are we defending over here by defending the flag? Because people are protesting. I have never seen anybody defend the flag by protesting. So if you um say that Israel, you're supporting the Palestinian people being not being murdered, you don't want them to be murdered in the war. That's all they said that I heard. Maybe I missed something. But um but these people are, they are doing the me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
They are.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. They are defending the flag from what? From people asking that people don't be killed. It makes no sense to me. That's why I feel that his actions support
Oh, we have a new
Project 2025. I
Sorry. Go
could be
ahead. I'm
wrong.
listening.
No, I
Go
could
ahead.
be wrong. I could be wrong, but I feel Netanyahu, he's a great politician. He's a manipulator. Did you see how he manipulated the situation? He brought up the Arab guys that were in the military. He brought up the guy with
intro. Let's
they're defending. What is that?
Right.
But what are they defending? What is what is
to
Israel
defeat.
defending in America? We're not being attacked now. The Muslim people here are fighting for their own. That's all I gotta say because I gotta start my day. It's 7 o'clock here in the
Okay.
morning.
Yeah. Sorry
I'm
about
gonna
that.
be
I was
listening though, because I'm gonna start paying more attention to what's going on in the Middle East because it does affect us.
Yeah,
I
and
never
it's
thought.
also yeah. Okay, Bev. All right, we talk later. And it also affects it's your money. It's the taxpayers' money. So to that extent, that's what it's all about, or it should be about to American citizens. Like it's our taxpayer dollars, and I, is it in our interest to support certain nations or any nation or not? And what would that, what are the prerequisites? What is it we should care about in the world when we engage it and how we engage it? But in Israel's particular case, it seems like it's been a rough ride. You know, let's see how it turns out. I don't think when I hear the prime minister's communication way of communicating, to me it sounds like it's just too bulldogish. And you get a lot of this bulldoggers in the world, but do they ever end? Do they ever resolve an issue ever? These types, the way they think, it's not even just about Netanyahu, it's the way they think. Is the way he thinks part of the problem? Is the way he thinks part of the reason why the problem doesn't get solved? Is that it? Because if that's the case, American citizens should want to know. We should always be invested in how are our tax dollars used, and are they used effectively to create solutions versus problems for us? You see, and I'm not saying we shouldn't support Israel. I just mean it could always be done better, right? Yeah. So in that case, look, now it's back over to Kamala, and it's been a lot of news. Kamala Harris, she's been here for a minute. Everybody knows her. She's the vice president of the United States of America. You know about her, or maybe you don't. Some people don't. Some people still trying to find out who her parents are, what her background is, and all of that stuff. Me, I don't care about that. She's an American citizen, so that means she's born in the United States. That's what that means. And if you're not born in the United States, you can't be the president. For example, my children are American citizens too, but they're not born in the United States of America. So that means they cannot be the president. They cannot run for that office. They can run for other offices though, but just not the top seat. And it's like that in a lot of countries in the world. So Kamala Harris is not that type. She's born in the country. I would also like to point out people like Sean Hannity, his family's only second generation American, and yet he talks like he was here in 1776. He really has a lot of deep feelings about Kamala Harris being him being second generation. He really has a problem with Kamala Harris's background and abilities to serve. Sean Hannity has only been here for 2 generations, and he feels so strongly about somebody else's background, immigration path, citizenhood, these kind of things. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying. So let's follow and see what's been going on here. Here's Trump, and this is Trump doing what it do.
Now we have a new victim to defeat. Lion Kamala Harris. Lion, Lyin apostrophe. The most incompetent and far left vice president in American history. By the way, they did a poll. She was rated the worst vice president in history. I've never seen that poll before, but that's the poll. Together we will win North Carolina in an epic landslide. We're way ahead in the poll. And we will take back that beautiful White House, and we will very simply make America great again.
We're going to make that house, we're going to take back that White House, and we're going to make it black. He wanted to say something like, we want to make it pure white. We want to make it pure white. He wanted to say that, but he changed his language. But that's what Trump is allowed to say, He's going to, but in any case, let's hear more. I know, I'm joking. I'm weak, but
for 3.5 years, Lion Kamala Harris has been the ultra-liberal driving force behind every single Biden catastrophe. She is a radical left lunatic who will destroy our country if she...
Yo, Leonard, it's a lot of people talking about this, but let me look that up right now. Let me see something here. Let me go to ChatGPT because I knew this was going to come up. There's people that they've been mentioning every time Kamala Harris does something, they mention, oh, what about what she did in California? Oh, what about, you know, yeah, and that's a valid question. But let's see how accurate it is because, you know, Trump, he done a lot of crazy stuff. Not only Trump, many politicians do. You, if you have a person that's in politics for a number of years, 10 years or more, there's definitely going to be some policies they sign that are regrettable. There's no way that that doesn't happen to all politicians, you know. So I'm just saying, you know, we might want to keep that in mind when we talk about each other, right? But listen, let me type this in the chat. What laws have Kamala Harris signed into law that affected the African American uh, population adversely or progressively? Did I spell this right? Let's see what the answer is. I don't know if there's many laws, um, but they're going to start off as a senator and give both. So let me see how long. It's probably going to take like maybe 10 more seconds to render. Because I just like to be fair, and I don't want to be type of person that is just going to like grab onto something somebody did out of, you know, if they have a record of 20 years, then I want to look at their whole record and be kind of fair when I judge it. So, you know, but in any case, let's see what ChatGDP say.
Kamala Harris, as Vice President of the United States, does not have the authority to sign laws into effect. This is the responsibility of the president. However, in her previous roles, especially as a U.S. Senator from California and as the Attorney General of California, she has been involved in various legislative and policy efforts that have impacted the African American community both adversely and progressively. Here are some key examples. Had, as U.S. Senator, 20 Senator, progressive impacts. 1. Justice in Policing Act of 2020. Harris co-sponsored this legislation aimed at addressing police misconduct, excessive force, and racial bias in policing. The act proposed measures such as banning chokeholds, creating a national police misconduct registry, and requiring body cameras for federal officers. While it did not become law, it reflected her commitment to police reform. 2. COVID-19 relief efforts. Harris supported and helped pass several COVID-19 relief packages, including the CARES Act and subsequent relief bills. These packages provided economic assistance to millions, including African Americans disproportionately affected by the pandemic's economic fallout. 3. Maternal Care Act. Harris introduced this act to address racial disparities in maternal health. The legislation aimed to improve health outcomes for African American mothers who face higher rates of complications and mortality. Adverse impacts. 1. Support for the First Step Act. While Harris supported the First Step Act, which aimed at criminal justice reform, some critics argue that the act did not go far enough in addressing systemic issues that disproportionately affect African Americans. However, this is more of a critique of the scope of the legislation rather than a direct adverse impact caused by her support. As Attorney General of California, 2011 to 2017, progressive impacts. 1. Back on Track program. Harris implemented this program aimed at reducing recidivism among first-time drug offenders by providing job training and other services. This program has been praised for its progressive approach to criminal justice. 2. Anti-truancy initiatives. Harris launched initiatives to combat truancy, which disproportionately affects African American children. While controversial, the intention was to address underlying issues that contribute to higher dropout rates and subsequent involvement in the criminal justice system. Adverse impacts. 1. Tough on crime policies. Harris has faced criticism for her record as a prosecutor and attorney general, particularly for policies perceived as contributing to the mass incarceration of African Americans. Her office's defense of wrongful convictions and decisions to not support reforms like reducing cash bail have been points of contention. 2. truancy prosecutions. While aimed at addressing chronic absenteeism, the anti-truancy program involved prosecuting parents of truant children, which some argue disproportionately impacted African American families and contributed to the criminalization of poverty. Conclusion. Kamala Harris's record reflects a mix of progressive initiatives aimed at addressing systemic issues affecting African Americans and controversial policies from her tenure as Attorney General that have been criticized for their adverse impacts on the community. Her legislative efforts as a senator generally lean towards progressive reforms, while some of her prosecutorial decisions have sparked debate about their long-term effects on racial justice.
Okay. Yeah, so there you have it. Yeah, that seems like it's you know,
Forget
a mixed bag basically. Uh and then I wonder what, they outlined two areas here. One was, what was it? Tough on crime, right? Adverse impacts. They say tough on crime. Let me put that back up on the screen real quick so people can see what I'm reading too. Tough on crime policies. Harris has faced criticism for her record as a prosecutor and attorney general, particularly for policies perceived as contributing to mass incarceration. Okay, perceived is, in my view, something that's interesting because look, either it did or it didn't. Perceived by who and how. It has to have real particular means to come to that conclusion. Perceived as contributing, but we can look into that. Her office defense of wrongful convictions, okay, and decisions to not support reforms like reducing cash bail have been points of contention. I mean, there you have it. Reducing cash bails. I mean, that's an economic situation, and yeah, there's some people that get locked up in jail. Young people often. There was one guy. I think his last name was Browder in New York. It was a young guy, but this happens. This is a factor. He was locked up for $50 bail. He couldn't get out. He stayed in Rikers Island for a year, and his life was miserable. I mean, I think he faced every type of inhumane act possible while being incarcerated, and he was alleged to have stolen a $50 bag, and he couldn't get out of jail for. He ended up committing suicide. So these things are real, and so I think it's appropriate to address these issues. But um, let me ask. So there's truancy and there's tough on crime policies, particularly policies. Okay, wrongful convictions, offense, defense of wrong. Okay, so let's say truancy. Um, has Kamala Harris ever ever spoken on legislation she enacted that she regrets signing into law or supporting as a lawmaker or an or or pro, prosecutor in criminal justice? Let me see. Hopefully that gives a good answer. Let's see if something comes out of this. It's just to be fair, y'all. And I think that's all you can really do for anybody. Just try to be fair about whatever criticisms there are. But let's see here. Let's see what Chat GDP. They obviously, well, here you have it. See, there's been some kind of. This is interesting. Okay, this gave a longer answer back than I thought. Let's play it.
Kamala Harris has publicly expressed regret and reconsideration of some aspects of her record, particularly her time as Attorney General of California and her approach to certain criminal justice issues. Here are some notable instances where she has reflected on her past positions. Expressing regret. 1. Death penalty. Although Harris personally opposed the death penalty, as San Francisco's district attorney, she chose not to pursue it in a high-profile case involving the murder of a police officer, which drew significant criticism. Later, as California Attorney General, she defended the state's death penalty law in court despite her personal opposition. She has since reiterated her opposition to the death penalty and has acknowledged the complexities and moral dilemmas she faced in those positions. 2. Anti-truancy law. Harris's anti-truancy initiative aimed at reducing school absenteeism led to prosecuting parents for their children's chronic truancy. This policy drew criticism for disproportionately impacting low-income and minority families. Harris has acknowledged that the approach had unintended consequences and expressed regret for the adverse impacts on families. 3. Transgender inmate rights. In 2014, her office argued against providing gender reassignment surgery to a transgender inmate, a position that received backlash. Harris later stated that she regretted how her office handled the case and clarified her strong support for transgender rights. Reevaluation of policies. 1. Tough on crime policies. Throughout her career, Harris has been associated with tough on crime policies that were popular in the 1990s and early 2000s. Over time, as the public and political landscape around criminal justice reform have evolved, Harris has shifted her stance to align more with progressive reforms. She has called for changes to policies that contribute to mass incarceration and has supported efforts to address systemic racism in the criminal justice system. 2. Cash bail system. Although Harris did not make significant efforts to eliminate cash bail while serving as Attorney General, she later became a vocal critic of the cash bail system. She has acknowledged that the system disproportionately affects low-income individuals and has advocated for its reform as part of broader criminal justice reform efforts. Public statements. Harris has made several public statements reflecting on her past decisions and how her views have evolved. Campaign trail acknowledgments. During her 2020 presidential campaign, Harris frequently addressed her record and emphasized her commitment to criminal justice reform, acknowledging that some of her past positions were misaligned with her current views. Interviews and debates. In various interviews and public debates, Harris has expressed that her perspective has changed and that she has learned from past experiences. She has emphasized her support for progressive criminal justice policies and reform efforts. Conclusion. Kamala Harris has demonstrated a willingness to reflect on her past actions and policies, particularly those that have faced criticism for their adverse impacts on marginalized communities. Her evolving stance on key issues and her public expressions of regret indicate a responsiveness to the changing discourse around criminal justice reform and social equity.
Yeah, so there you have it. I mean, yeah, apparently she's spoken on these things publicly, and it's up to each individual, how what that means to them in this upcoming election, versus Kamala and whoever is second on the ticket, and Trump, right? And Project 2025 and these things. I think a lot of people that criticize her should read more about her, and I would say just out of caution, because you want to make sure when you hold a deep or a long lasting criticism that is warranted, and that it's accurate, because I even myself heard something in there that I didn't know about some of her policy, both past and more recent. So yeah, but in any case, let's hear some more about what Trump thinks of Kamala Harris. He got some new dog whistle terms he's throwing on her, and let me know how you feel about that from a person like Trump, irrespective of how you feel about her own policy.
The chance to get into office She is a radical left lunatic who will destroy our country. If she ever gets the chance to get into office, we're not going to let that happen. You know, I was supposed to be nice. They say something happened to me when I got shot. I became nice. And when you're dealing with these people, they're very dangerous people. When you're dealing with them, you can't be too nice. You really can't be. So if you don't mind, I'm not going to be nice. Is that okay? They want me to be nice.
Yeah, Pumpkin, you want to say something? You there, Pumpkin? Okay, I'm going to let it play.
Thank you. Kamala Harris is the most liberal elected politician in American history. Did you know that? She's an ultra-liberal politician. She's absolutely terrible. She's, as you know, more liberal than Bernie Sanders. Can you believe it? She's rated far more liberal than Bernie Sanders. And she's now trying to get rid of her record, but she can't. She's going out and saying things that she doesn't believe in. If she ever got in, she'd destroy this country so fast. So she was the border czar, but she never went to the border, right? She was appointed by this horrible president, this horrible guy. How this guy got to be president in his basement. He stayed in his basement. And we did a lot better the second time than we did the first. How this guy got to be president, what they've done to this country in 3.5 years, and we're going to turn it around. But what they've done to our country is unthinkable. As border czar, Kamala threw open our borders and allowed 20 million illegal aliens to stampede into our country from all over the world.
This was vintage Trump, I think it's fair to say, David, don't you think? And he said specifically near the top, I'm not going to be nice anymore, as if he were ever nice.
Right.
But I'm not going to be nice, and he wasn't nice in this speech.
Well, it was really clear that what Donald Trump wanted to do in North Carolina tonight was to seize back the narrative. He understands that he has not been controlling the state of play for the last several days. You had the historic announcement from Joe Biden on Sunday that he was stepping down his endorsement of Harris coalescing the Democratic Party around her bid for the presidency. And that just was consuming all the oxygen. We know Donald Trump is not a big fan when other people are consuming the oxygen, because that means he's not dictating the state of play. So the goal here, and I think he just tipped his hand off the top, was to get that back and start laying out how he plans to run against Harris, certainly by looking at her record of policy proposals from back in the day, but also obviously, as he and his allies have indicated, her assignment by President Biden and this administration to be involved with some of the root causes of the immigration problem is clearly going to be something they keep going at her with front and center, given how important the immigration issue is. And I just thought when you said vintage Trump, I mean, he was actually referencing his lines from 2015. That's how it was vintage Trump, because he was like, remember, I used to say all the time about the cameras in the back of the room and they don't turn around and show the crowd. He was ticking through his crowd size. I mean, that.
Bev, did you just say something? Beverly. Okay, let me just put it on mute real quick. We let it
that is vintage Donald Trump, wanting to focus on things that are not pertinent necessarily to the run, but make him feel better and try and give this sense of, don't be buying into that Harris momentum. We've got the crowds here. That was his mission tonight.
Two things that stood out to me. One, he's trying out his lines of attack on Harris, what the next 105 days or so are going to look like for his campaign. And as he's shifting to a new challenger, and he had everything prepared against President Biden, he kind of had it memorized in his sleep, essentially. This is new ground for him. And this is actually how Donald Trump typically goes through, what he's going to use against someone. He did it in the 2016 primary. He did it in the 2016 election and 2020 is he'll try out lines at the crowd at his rallies and see what gets the most audience reaction and appeal and applause. And that is something that he'll adopt and you'll start to see more of. He's been going crazy on social media against Harris ever since it was very clear that she is going to be the one challenging him this November. So expect to see more of that. Also, he's mispronouncing her name multiple times. That is something we've seen a lot of Republicans do who do know how to pronounce the vice president's name.
Irrespective of Harris and her policies, right? Irrespective of her policies, do you approve of how Trump speaks of her? Like, do you approve that type of language, or is it okay? Is it less problematic than let's say Trump's proposed laws that he wants to implement? Who's more problematic to the American people? Is it Trump or is it Harris with their track record? That's ultimately what I think about when I'm voting, which is why I'm definitely going to vote for Harris, because so far it doesn't sound like her wrongs or bad choices, maybe in laws, how she supported laws or some cases. It doesn't sound like she's ignored people's communicating about it. It sounds like she's addressed it a few different times, and that there's nothing more you can really do but learn from the errors when you listen to people. And that's what you could expect of like all politicians. If they're going to be politicians, you want a reaction from them. You want them to respond to your concerns. Once they do that, how far you want to hold on to that, how many years down the line, it's up to you. But Bev, I could see you having connection problems. Are you there now? Beverly, can you hear me? Okay, so I'm just going to put Bev on mute. And once you get that worked out, you can hop up, Bev. And anybody
Doug Emhoff's ex-wife. Okay, now why do I mention her? Because she is coming to Kamala Harris's defense. In an extraordinary statement to CNN, Kirsten Emhoff, who is the mother of Harris's two stepchildren, responded to attacks like this one against Harris.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
Kirsten Emhoff telling our Sunland Sarfati, and I quote her, "These are baseless attacks. For over 10 years, since Cole and Ella were teenagers, Kamala has been a co-parent with Doug and I. She is loving, nurturing, fiercely protective, and always present. I love our blended family and am grateful to have her in it." And Sunland Sarfati is out front with more.
I've had a lot of titles over my career, and certainly vice president will be great. But Kamala will always be the one that means the most.
It's a title Vice President Kamala Harris is proud of.
Family is our beautiful children, Cole and Ella, who call me Kamala.
But now that she has been elevated to the top of the ticket, that title, stepmother, is again in the spotlight.
My family means everything to me.
With some conservatives suggesting she should not be president because she does not have biological children. Really simple, under-discussed reason why Kamala Harris shouldn't be president. No children.
How do y'all feel about that? I mean, does that make sense to you? You shouldn't be president if you don't have any biological children.
Nah.
What sense does that make? What does that have to do with it?
Nothing. Not a damn thing. Not a damn. I only have one. I wanted 10 as the young girl. I wanted 10, but I had high risk.
How about this?
And I want one, but no kid. If I had no kid, I wish somebody would tell me what I could and couldn't do. That's crazy. And you know
check
what?
this out, brother.
That's crazy as hell. Everybody don't want kids. And you know what? The people who don't want kids and have it, they are to be applauded, in my opinion, because a lot of people have children because society says this is what a woman is supposed to do. And that generally, those are the people who,
isn't that true?
who end up abusing their children. These people
Right.
are batshit crazy. God forgive me, but I said I wasn't gonna say nothing. But I wanted to say something about Kamala's record. The thing about the truancy court for the school, we had
Hmm.
that in my community when my son was in school. And the day he started school, I told him the day you don't go to school and I have to go to court because they would call you to court. But what they did was it was geared mostly to the younger girls who were on welfare and who didn't work. And if you worked and your child wasn't going to school, they would call you to court. And if you could prove to them that you were at work and you had other children in school, because if you have more than one kid, most of the time you have one that's going to be the jackass and want to do what they want to do. So it works. If you had some kind of a problem, they helped you with the problem. People need to stop taking these little petty things in the Black community when people try to do the things to help the community, to help the kids and help the community become better. Black people have something to say about it. Yeah, truancy court. If you were sending your kids to school, you wouldn't have to worry about going to going to truancy court. But truancy court provided if there were extenuating circumstances, say if you had a financial problem and just problems in general, they helped you. They didn't just put you there. And I don't see what's so bad, because Leonard made a comment that it was terrible under doing this to people, that in California they lived under such bad rules under Kamala. I don't know, so I can't argue with it with that. But what was so bad about truancy court? And black men need to understand, Kamala didn't put a damn soul in prison. The black men that went to prison put themselves, and maybe they don't understand what recidivism means. She tried to put programs in place to stop the recidivism of black males being incarcerated, to help the black men who had been incarcerated once. Recidivism means to constantly, repeat offenders. She tried to stop that. Black men put themselves in jail. You go to jail once, most people learn. I know people who have been in prison one time and they learned. They learned they never go
Okay,
back.
it says
So
here. Can you hear me? Yeah, it says here. Harris implemented this program aimed at reducing recidivism among first-time drug offenders. Let me see.
exactly.
Reduce- And that means you said readmission, right?
No, it means
Into the
yeah, it
readmission
means
into
to
the
keep them
criminal
from
into the
going
jail.
back. Yeah.
Tendency
Readmission.
of a convict criminal to reoffend. Exactly. So the idea was to stop that, stop them from just taking people in that were affected by drugs first time and throwing them and making criminals out of them. Recidivism,
Exactly.
to work against recidivism, the introduction of more criminals, creating more criminals. So I think it's kind of I don't think it's good enough I think it's fair enough to have criticisms, but I don't think it's fair to not look through the criticisms clearly so that people understand what they're really dealing with. Because to me, how these things are described, it sounds more like it's something that she regrets, number one. And, at least
No,
describe it.
you're wrong on that. She
No, I'm talking
regrets
about,
the no, she regrets the truancy thing. I don't know how
right,
they implemented it
exactly. She
in
regrets the truancy.
California, but the way if they implemented it the way they did in New Jersey, because that's where I'm at, it would, if there was a problem, like say a financial problem, say a child was homeless and they didn't tell it, they would, in New Jersey, they put they gave them they put them in places to be helped, to reduce the recidivism. If it was just because a parent was lazy, wasn't working, didn't want, was getting public assistance and didn't make their kid go to school, then that's when it became a problem. But most of the time, they ended up helping people. They never fined. They threatened to fine. What they did do was make the parent come to school with the, if they weren't working, make them come to school with the kid for the whole month. That's what they did. That was about the worst thing they did in New Jersey. Now, how she implemented it, how it was implemented in California, I don't know.
Well,
They,
she said that she expressed regrets for that law because it had unintended effects, the truancy one. But the recidivism one is not anything to do with that. The
right.
recidivism one is, it's about what does it say here? It's about drug offenders, first time drug offenders, and them. Let me
And it
see
could
here.
be any
It
first time
says it
offender.
says Harris implemented Back on Track program. Harris implemented this program aimed at reducing recidivism among first time drug offenders by providing job training and other services. That's what the program was intended to do. This program has been praised for us. That's one of her successful projects. Um, yeah, but yeah, I just wanted to straighten that out for you, Beth. But in any
Yeah,
case,
I understood what it was. I was talking about the truancy. The recidivism,
okay.
I understand that. But the thing that I'm hearing people, and I see Leonard said it too, oh, what she did in California. She put black men in jail. No, she didn't put black men in jail. Black men put themselves in jail. If you go in if you go into prison and they offer you the help to help you re-enter the society, come back in, get yourself together. If you, and while you're in prison, they offer you GEDs. You can become a barber, which everybody doesn't want to become a barber, but there are things that they offer you for you to do, because I know some people who have done it and have came out good. But the average black person, I'm sorry to say, and I know this going people gonna say a lot, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Sometimes we are our own worst enemy. We are our own worst enemy. Sometimes we have to look at ourselves, look truly at ourselves, and look at the people around us. Are they sincere? Are they trying and not getting ahead, or are they not getting ahead because, oh, they want to say, oh, I was locked up, yada yada yada. So, black men who constantly go to prison, they put themselves back in. That's just my feeling on it. But that's all. Her record, basically, from what you played, I heard her record is really good. What is there to be fooled about? She's proven a point to a certain extent,
Let me
and I
see something
understand.
here. I just wanted to look up something you just remind me of, because obviously that one particular thing kind of comes up. It's not one thing, but these few things come up. Now let me see. What laws did Kamala Harris sign which led to mass incarceration of black men?
She
Let's
can't
see.
sign
Hold
laws.
on. I know, but don't worry, Beth. Just let it. I didn't read you everything, so don't worry. It's still. I just wanted to make sure I was getting the gist of it by reading the top line, but it's going to explain further. But hold on, let me see. Just this one point about mass incarceration, because sometimes it comes up with some good information that makes people maybe reframe their thinking a little bit. But let's see here.
Kamala Harris, during her tenure as San Francisco District Attorney and California Attorney General, did not personally sign laws into effect, as that is the role of legislators and the governor. However, her prosecutorial policies and enforcement of existing laws have been scrutinized for contributing to mass incarceration, particularly of black men. Here are some key areas where her actions as a prosecutor have been critiqued. San Francisco District Attorney, 2004 to 2011. 1. Tough on crime approach. Harris promoted a tough on crime stance early in her career, which included prosecuting cases that contributed to high incarceration rates. Her office's focus on enforcing strict penalties for crimes, including nonviolent offenses, aligned with broader policies that have historically led to higher incarceration rates for black men. 2. Prosecution of low-level offenses. Harris's office aggressively prosecuted low-level offenses, which disproportionately affected Black and Latino communities. Although this approach aimed to reduce crime, it also resulted in higher incarceration rates for minor infractions. California Attorney General, 2011-2017. 1. War on drugs. During her time as Attorney General, Harris's office continued to enforce California's drug laws vigorously. The war on drugs has been widely criticized for disproportionately targeting Black men, leading to higher rates of arrests and incarceration for drug-related offenses. Truancy law. Harris's anti-truancy initiative, which aimed to combat chronic absenteeism in schools, involved prosecuting parents of truant children. Critics argue that this policy disproportionately impacted Black and Latino families and contributed to the criminalization of poverty. 3. Defending California's three strikes law. While Harris was Attorney General, her office defended the constitutionality of California's three strikes law, which mandated life sentences for individuals convicted of 3 serious criminal offenses. Leading to disproportionate sentences for Black men and contributing to mass incarceration. Legislative and policy shifts. While Harris's actions as a prosecutor have faced criticism, she has also supported criminal justice reform efforts aimed at mitigating the effects of mass incarceration. 1. Support for sentencing reform. Harris has expressed support for reducing mandatory minimum sentences and reforming sentencing laws that contribute to mass incarceration. 2. Advocacy for reentry programs. As Attorney General, she promoted reentry programs designed to help former inmates reintegrate into society, aiming to reduce recidivism rates. 3. Opposition to the death penalty. Despite defending death penalty cases as part of her role, Harris has consistently stated her personal opposition to the death penalty and has called for its abolition. Reflecting on her record. In recent years, Harris has acknowledged some of the criticisms of her prosecutorial record and has advocated for reforms to address systemic issues in the criminal justice system. Her evolving stance and public statements indicate a shift towards supporting policies that aim to reduce incarceration rates and address racial disparities in the justice system. Conclusion. Kamala Harris's record as a prosecutor includes policies and actions that have been criticized for contributing to mass incarceration, particularly of Black men. While she did not sign laws into effect, her enforcement of existing laws and prosecutorial decisions played a role in the broader context of criminal justice practices that have disproportionately impacted Black communities. Her later career reflects an acknowledgement of these issues and a commitment to reform.
Okay, now let me see. It says, during her tenure as San Francisco District Attorney and California Attorney General, did not personally sign laws into effect. So that means she didn't sign any law into effect in her time in San Francisco and California as Attorney General. That's the role of a legislator, and she wasn't a legislator. And the governor, right? She wasn't the governor either. However, her prosecutorial policies and enforcement of existing laws have been scrutinized for contributing to massacre. Right. So her prosecution of those laws that were in place, yeah. So I just wanted to make that, make sure I understand that correctly. Yeah. I doubt you're going to find too many people that's going to get around this kind of similar criticism, because after all, you're going to end up supporting things that had intentions, maybe unseen intentions, or things that you may not have thought of before. And I agree 100%. Like some of those policies, a lot of those policies, they don't make sense. And so she was involved in the criminal justice system, as you could see. So that means pretty much, unless you weren't constantly fighting, out being outspoken about the laws you're prosecuting, then you won't be perceived as a person that should run for office, essentially, like no person from law enforcement you would want running for office. I think that's kind of like what the gist of it sounds to me like. Um, but I don't think that's always the case. I think in that world, people change. You got prosecutors that become defense attorneys because they realize, like, when they were prosecutors, the shit didn't work. Just like, for example, who was the guy who defended O.J. Simpson? Um, what's his name? Johnny
Barry
Cochran.
Chick.
Johnny Cochran. He started off as a prosecutor in L.A. and he ended up changing because of that and became a defense attorney because he was like, yo, the prosecutor's office is just off the chain, you know? So is he a person that understands these things, that's committed against injustices, police brutality, or what do you call it, prosecuting, overreaching, and doing prosecutions against black men or not? Like, not to say that his situation parallels Kamala's, but the basis of it seems like it's a similar dynamic of, you end up working in justice and sometimes these people change. They cross over. But having said that, let's listen to some more of this, the criticism about Kamala. Let's see here.
Conservative lawyer who worked on Ron DeSantis' campaign wrote this week on social media, adding, "And no, becoming a step-parent to older teenagers doesn't count." That echoes similar comments made by now Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance in 2021.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made,
which are being resurfaced anew as he and his running mate Donald Trump seek to define Harris for voters.
It's just a basic fact. You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children. And how does it make any sense that we've turned our country over to people who don't really have a direct stake?
I don't understand that comment at all by him because, look, they're elected by people. That's what it comes down to. They're representatives of what the people think. So he's like, how could there be people like this in charge? Because people voted them in charge. That's democracy. Democracy, that's how you decide things in the country. You look at who you're electing and you're saying, let me listen to this person. Does this person sound like they know what they're talking about? Okay, let me vote for them. You don't say they sound like they know what they're talking about, but they don't have kids. So therefore, I'm not going to vote for them. I mean, how many people don't have kids that was down with abortion? In the United States, they weren't thinking of these kind of things then. So it doesn't make sense. It's like, why does it matter? Why does it matter? You could have kids and not be an expert at having kids, by the way. You could be an expert. You could have kids and be failing at raising them. So having kids in itself doesn't make you a expert parent or make you knowledgeable about child rearing, because some people don't do it as good as others. What about that factor? Yeah.
Harris does have children, 2 adult stepchildren, Cole and Ella, who were 19 and 15 when she married Doug Emhoff in 2014.
We have a very modern family.
Their blended family, she has joked, is almost a little too functional, which she credits to the close friendship she has with Emhoff's first wife, whom she calls an incredible mother.
One of the keys to my relationship with Cole and Ella is their mom.
Ella Emhoff says their family dynamics work. They are really a unit, like a 3-person parenting squad. It's really cool, creating a modern political family.
The thing about blended families, if everyone approaches it in the way that there's plenty of love to share, then it works.
And Kirsten Emhoff has been a defender of Harris in the past with numerous posts on social media about her campaign. But this statement today, it certainly seems and feels significant that she is the one being put forward by the campaign to defend their blended family as she faces questions over her motherhood. Erin?
All right, Sunlen, thank you very much. And, this comes as Harris spoke today to 6,000 members of one of the country's largest black sororities, Zeta Phi Beta, telling them to head to the polls and make history.
And we know when we organize, mountains move. When we mobilize, nations change. And when we vote, we make history. So let us continue to fight with optimism, with faith, and with hope. Because when we fight, we win.
Wow, that was interesting. When we fight,
Situation.
we
Brian
win.
W. Smith joins us, Professor of Political Science at St Edward's University. So thank you very much for being with us here in France 24. Can I just put to you the findings of a recent poll? I think this is the most up-to-date one, Ipsos Reuters. Harris leading Donald Trump by 2 points, 44 to 42. Direct turnaround from how it was with Biden and Trump.
Yeah, it's a direct turnaround. Now she's ahead, but the important thing to remember is we're still within the margin of error. Race is still too close to call, but it's trending. She's getting that bump that the Democrats thought she would when Biden stepped down.
Indeed, completely. It is too close to call. And obviously, opinion polls are just that, opinions, and that might change come voting day. So clearly, there are lots of obstacles to be overcome on both sides. Harris says she has enough delegates, and certainly the money's pouring in. Are you surprised that she's reacted and acted so quickly?
She acted very quickly because the support was going her way. And the worst thing that could happen to the Democrats would be a fractured party coming out of Chicago. She's really united the party behind her, and that's what she needs to do. Now she's got to keep that momentum going into Chicago and into the fall.
She spoke yesterday and said some fairly, I'm trying to choose the right word, I'll say choice things about Donald Trump. But clearly she had a definite message for the voters about being the party in the government for the middle class. Do you think that is a good tactic on Harris's part?
Definitely a good tactic. You can't win elections without getting middle-class voters. There aren't enough rich or poor people in America to win just by their vote. And we know that Joe Biden did very well getting working-class voters in the very key states. She's got to reestablish that coalition. And how you do that? Direct appeals to middle-class voters, because middle-class voters are around every state and very important in every state.
Just over 100 days before the election, some might say it's too short a time to make such a massive impact that she needs to make. But it started well.
It did start well, and she doesn't have to actually make a massive impact. She has a very high floor, meaning she already has 40% of the vote, just like Donald Trump has 40% of the vote. Her biggest problem is we don't know where her ceiling is. If she ends up only getting 47% of the vote, she loses. So she really has a lot of work to do, because right now she's pulling well with Democrats. To win the election, she has to get independents to rally around her and not the former president.
Do you think the fact that Harris is coming into the contest at this particular stage could actually work in her advantage? Short, sharp shock, big impact.
Definitely. If you're in a hole, you stop digging. The Democrats were in a hole. They stopped digging. So now they have to figure out how to get out. And it wasn't Joe Biden. He wasn't going to get him out of that hole. So this is a chance to reset the campaign, draw in new fundraisers, energize the electorate. We know the Republicans are unified. Now it's her job to unify the Democrats.
I'm going to pick my words for this next question. You mentioned Joe Biden. Does he have a role to play as kind of like a joker in some ways? I'm not saying he's a joke, he isn't, but kind of this kind of loose cannon, kind of free electron, as we say in French. Someone who can actually sort of basically turn up, bid things, say things, and create, in some ways, that momentum for Harris.
Right. What he has to do is be Vice President Harris's biggest supporter. He has to support everything that she does. He also has to be very careful about what he says. He's always had a trouble saying the wrong thing at the absolute worst time. He's got to stay on point, stay on message, support that vice president.
Let's talk about the other side of the equation, Trump-Vance, that ticket which...
Wow, I didn't notice. I didn't know Mexico just elected its first lady president. Let me check that out, too, while we're here. Okay, let's go. Thanks for bringing that up.
Of a recent poll, I think kind of loose cannon, kind of free electron, as we say in French. Someone who can actually sort of basically turn up, bid things, say things, and create, in some ways, that momentum for Harris.
Right. What he has to do is be Vice President Harris's biggest supporter. He has to support everything that she does. He also has to be very careful about what he says. He's always had trouble saying the wrong thing at the absolute worst time. He's got to stay on point, stay on message, support that vice president.
Let's talk about the other side of the equation, Trump-Vance, that ticket which looked all fresh and new just a few days ago, but then Biden dropped out and completely changed the news agenda. So how do Trump and Vance get that news spotlight back onto them?
How they get onto that is they start doing that opposition research. They find out where Kamala Harris's weaknesses are and then go after those. She's from California, which doesn't play well in a lot of America. And that's where you start. You paint the vice president as being somebody who is way too liberal for America and the wrong choice. And they have the script written for Biden. Now it's actually easier to paint the vice president as somebody out of touch.
Indeed, slightly difficult to do that with Harris, of course, and dealing with a woman, of course, it might actually sort of wrong foot Trump in some ways because of his awkwardness in dealing with women, it seems. How about Vance, though? Harris saying that she will be be the president for the middle classes, for working people. That seems to be Vance's territory, doesn't it? Something that Vance says is his constituency.
Right. They picked Vance because for the Republicans to win, he has to get the middle class vote in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. And if she's able to siphon off those votes just a little bit, she can win the election. We know this is going to be a very close election, and it's all about turnout. Whoever gets more of their own voters out and independents wins the race.
Brian, thanks for your time and thanks for your analysis. Professor Brian Smith.
Okay, that's interesting.
Edinburgh University. Hope we speak again soon, sir. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you for having me.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you.
Boom. Now let's see something here. Is this 9 hours ago? Oh, no. Hold on. Is this true? Let me see.
Wouldn't it be crazy if
this is an alternative news network, but sometimes they appear in my stream. So
or a guy with a different accent all by yourself? Well, that's
Before I was elected vice president, before I was elected United States Senator, I was elected Attorney General of the state of California, and I was a courtroom prosecutor before then. And in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
Vice President Kamala Harris came out all guns blazing against Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump. Days after President Joe Biden gave in to pressure, dropped out of the race and endorsed his number two, Harris secured the support of a majority of Democratic delegates. This has paved the way for her to become the party's nominee for the November election. In her first election rally after the big shakeup in the Democratic Party, Kamala Harris said the November 5 election was a choice between a former prosecutor and a convicted felon.
Do we want to live in a country of freedom, compassion, and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? And here's the beauty of this moment. We each have the power to answer that question. The power is with the people. We each have the power to answer that question. And in the next 105 days, then we have work to do. We have doors to knock on. We have phone calls to make. We have voters to register. And we have an election to win.
The presidential elections have been full of twists and turns ever since Joe Biden's disastrous debate against Donald Trump on the 28th of June, which opened a Pandora's box. Then came the shocker, Donald Trump narrowly surviving an assassination attempt at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight. not supposed to be here. Yeah.
The shooting led to the director of the Secret Service stepping down following a heated hearing.
Okay, would you say leaking your opening statement to Punchbowl News, Politico's Playbook, and Washington Post several hours before you sent it to this committee as being political? Yes or no?
I have no idea how my statement got out.
Well, that's bullshit.
Yet, despite everything, the momentum appears to be with Kamala Harris after Biden stepped aside. According to a Reuters Ipsos poll conducted 2 days after Biden's announcement, Harris holds a 2-point lead over Trump. Top Democrats have come out in Harris's support after Biden ditched his re-election bid. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi threw her enthusiastic support for Kamala Harris. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer hailed Harris for building support from the grassroots.
Now,
I have seen a surge of
I just want to warn y'all, or not warn you, but just make sure everybody sees this. This is not real CNN. This is a company that took their name, CNN News 18. Let me see what this is here. I'm sorry. CNN News. What is it called again? CNN News 18. Let me see what that. Okay. That's a, is it any connection with CNN? This is, I believe it's CNN News. I don't believe this is CNN. This is News 18, I believe. Yeah, this is News 18. So it's an Indian outlet. So, I just wanted to say that so people know this is not CNN.
Enthusiasm from every corner of our party, uniting behind Vice President Harris. An enthusiasm felt in every corner of the country, and it's contagious among Democrats. The volunteers, the small contributions, they're just pouring in ways even beyond our expectations. Now, we all know that Vice President Harris has a tremendous record to run on. And now begins the next chapter in our quest to make sure Donald Trump does not become president.
Celebrities also rushed to back Harris. Hollywood star and mega donor George Clooney said he's excited to do whatever he can to support Harris in her historic quest. A few weeks ago, Clooney had appealed to Biden to quit the race.
I don't even want.
Singer Beyonce permitted Kamala Harris to use.
I don't even want artists, entertainers. I don't want superstars to say nothing on this one because this is way too serious. They don't superstars. It always tends to be some superstars support this one, some superstars support the other one. Well, I don't know, but I just tend to think that having superstar status, you already have a bigger voice than anybody else. So why should you even, why should this should be the people, regular everyday people's time for a voice, And I'm not saying superstars don't deal with don't have everyday issues. Also, I'm just saying they have a lot less of them, far less of them. So it's just, but in any case, they are going to speak.
Use her hit song Freedom on her campaign trail.
Oh, and by the way, y'all, I am voting for Kamala Harris. I just to let it know. But I'm open to criticism on any elected official. And it doesn't matter who it is, from any party. But I've come to the conclusion that she's a far better candidate than Trump, and therefore I need to support that, because if I supported Trump with the Project 2025, I could never forgive myself. That is so inhumane. So also so KKK, always wanting to change the rules when the standard rules everybody else agreed to don't work for you. I'm not with that kind of policy, but let me play this out real quick. Sorry.
Along with support, donations have also been pouring in for Harris. The vice president's campaign raised $81 million in the first 24 hours of Biden stepping aside and endorsing her. With Biden dropping out, 78-year-old Donald Trump is now the oldest presidential candidate ever in the history of US elections. Till now, his campaign had focused on contrasting his vigor and mental acuity with Biden's. Now they have had to pivot to Harris. But the 59-year-old will be a more energetic campaigner and will be able to make a more coherent case for her party. Harris may be able to shore up support from black voters if she can combine that with more backing from other minorities and younger voters. It could help her gain ground against Trump in the handful of swing states that will decide this year's election.
Oh wow, this was not even that deep anyway. So yeah, y'all, that is all right. Anybody can hop up, whatever y'all want to discuss. Bev, you got anything to say? It's up
No,
to
it's
y'all how
funny to
long I
me.
carry on.
No,
Yeah,
what are
go
they
ahead.
saying? What was that Vance was saying? What to me it sounded like he was saying if you didn't have a baby, you ain't got a brain. What the hell is wrong with them people?
I don't know what's up with that. I mean, I
He
think
wrote
it's
a book. He wrote a book called Hillbilly
ology.
Elegy.
Yeah.
And you know that's because he grew up in Appalachia,
Well, they
whatever.
saying he ain't. They saying he didn't. They trying to say
He
he's.
grew up there. He grew up there. He don't want nobody to know. He was dirt ass poor because that's why he's so damn stupid. He probably got malnourished and didn't eat enough.
Okay, but
That's what's wrong with him.
but
I just
malnourished or not, his policies I don't like. I don't like what he's talking
oh
about.
no. He's the one who says that women he wants to pass a law to make divorce illegal, and the woman should stay in a relationship with the man no matter what for the sake of the children. Now, if you getting your ass whooped, excuse my expression, but if you getting your ass whooped by an abusive man, you're supposed to stay there? I think
Yeah,
not.
he wants the return of the coverture laws. He wants the return of the coverture laws of
What
when
is
was that?
that? I
Turn of the
never heard of
century?
that.
I don't know. That's like the 1800s, turn of the century when women couldn't own property. Everything they had, it had
Oh,
to be through their husband. This type of
oh,
thing,
okay.
you know. Yeah, but
Nah, I didn't know about that. I was just like, oh hell no, something is definitely wrong with this man. I didn't even think about it like that. I was thinking about what the hell is wrong with this man.
yeah.
You know,
Well, I mean,
and
it's a whole belief system. It's a whole belief
and
system,
men
you know.
do
So
and men are abused by their wives, because I can say this now. My mother's sister used to abuse her husband all the time. All the time she would beat him up. And he would come to my father. My father was like, I ain't getting in this mess. So it does
nope.
happen, but who's gonna stay with somebody?
Yeah, of
Just
course it happens. Of course it happens.
yeah.
It has to happen that way, you know. It's but I understand you. You know, if you want to mention it, because some people may not think that it does happen, but it happens. I mean,
Yeah,
um,
yeah, it
yeah,
does.
you know,
It
a
does
spousal abuse
happen.
can be men and women, you know, beating each other. It doesn't necessarily mean one gender is guilty.
Same
Yeah,
sex partners beat each other. I mean, it happens. Abuse happens. Who
it's
the
sad.
hell is gonna stay in that type of relationship? Nah, that's
Well,
crazy.
people that are bound to it, that don't have other options, that feel like they don't have other options. I mean, that's what the story turns out to be. When you most of the time they say that, like, they didn't have an option, no other place to go, how would they support themselves, these kind of issues, you know. And but I understand that too. But go
But you
ahead.
know, that was
Anything
in
else
the
to mention?
50s. In the 50s, that was it. There were women who
No,
stayed.
they're saying it today, Bev. People are saying that today. They're saying that, look at Casey's case. Where would she go? What would she do if she didn't just allow the abuse to continue? She
Who's
would be out of a
Casey?
job.
Who's
Casey,
Casey?
she's a victim. Is Puff Daddy, the one of Puff Daddy's
Oh,
victims? Cassie,
Cassie.
whatever her name is, right?
Cassie,
Cassie.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cassie,
But it's
Casey.
different now. Cassie could get the hell out. But what they're talking
She's
about is
out now, but
going
people
back
asked
into
her.
like the
Peop-
50s when
Mhm.
women truly were taught as soon as I had girlfriends, as soon as they got out of high school, they got married, you know, and they married horrible men, and they wound up getting out of it. And they were Catholics. They felt because it was you were Catholic, you had to stay. But that's one thing my mother taught my sister and myself. You don't have to stay in no relationship with nobody torturing you. Nah. Did
Well,
you ever?
you shouldn't want to, but if you listen to some of the victims, they explain that question gets asked to them all the time. Why did you stay? Not all the victims, but in some cases, there's
But
victims that
most of them who stay, they stay because of the children, because they've been taught that nonsense that Vance wants to go back to. If you married, you have to stay with your husband for the sake of the children. But
Well,
I've
that's what I
known
mean.
children
But
who,
no, but it's not only just for the sake of the children. It's many different situations that they feel like they
but
didn't
I'm
really have a
saying
choice. So,
what I'm saying, what the part you're not getting, years ago, people used to do that because I'm talking about late 50s, early 60s. I grew up in that era. There were women who stayed. Well, what the children need both their parents. No, they don't need both of them if one of them getting the hell beat out of them. That's what he wants to take it back to the 40s, 50s, and 60s. That's when all the stupidity was. Now women got more sense than that. Some of them will stay, but most of them won't. Now, ain't nobody staying for that foolishness. Nah, that ain't how that
right,
goes.
but they want to reduce these kind of things, claims. They also
But
want
they're
to.
not.
I'm not.
But that's the
Hold on,
point.
Bev. Wait a second. Wait a second. I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is that everybody doesn't go back to the 50s, and it's not going to affect everybody in the same way only as the 50s. It's broader than that. Like, it's going to affect just you having a job and making a complaint for sexual harassment.
Oh
They want to
yeah,
stop
yeah.
that
Oh
in
no, I
Project
know. I
2025.
see what you're
So,
saying now. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh
so
yeah,
I just
it
want to be
is.
clear.
Yeah, it's
So
gonna. Oh, their policies are. But I was just speaking on that particular one because that right there is a game breaker for me. That's a changer for
yeah, it
me.
should be. It should be
Because for
definitely. I hear
me and for my granddaughters.
you. Hmm.
And for my granddaughters. I have 4 granddaughters, and ain't nobody teaching them to be no damn fool. So they can. So it's just we just need to let that side go and do what we got to do. Get Harris in. If she don't work out, get somebody else. And the Democrats, once they finish this, they need to start day one if they want to have other people up. But we definitely do not need Donald Trump and his minions to win, and especially that nut that he got for. I don't even see how they let him pick that guy. The guy only got 2 years experience, and he's making all kinds of stupid statements already.
Who
It's
is?
crazy. It's crazy. It is so crazy.
Okay,
What
let me
else they
just.
got coming out the wall?
It was well, it's some let me see here. It was one person. Let me try to find their link. I gotta go back in my history here real quick. I'm gonna pull it up on the screen, and I want people to give me some reaction to also their views. It's a lawyer here. Now, let me see if I go back. That releases every few once a day or 2 days. Let me see. Where's the brother's name here? Uh, doo, 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 doo. It's coming up. I think it's called the Real Attorneys, or Real Civil Rights Attorneys. Let me see.
Oh, the black guy that
Yeah,
wears the
this brother,
tie and he
the
talks like he's a
Defiant
lawyer. He's
Lawyers.
a joke. Oh, the
Now let me see
defiant
here.
lawyers. Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, yeah. Wait a second.
Oh
Now
yeah,
let me
he's
see.
good. He's good.
He had a video about let me see here. Who a must watch message to black men. Right. Now let's check this out. He gave a message, and I want black men also to have some feedback on this one. I mean, because he's talking about black men. Now, I wouldn't take offense to that. I don't think he means it in a unilateral way. That I don't think he means all black men have this view. I think what he means is, a smaller group of black men that
He,
seem to
he,
support Trump. So let me
right,
just
right. There you go.
right. So let me just
Like the
play a
Tim,
little bit.
like the Tim Scotts. That's who he's talking about. The Candace
Okay.
Owens people. That's who he's talking about. That's the guy I listen to all the time.
Okay. So let's see what he says on this topic here.
I'm gonna
2
mute
seconds.
off, but I'm listening.
Okay. Okay, Beth.
Support Donald Trump really understand what they are supporting. I'm not sure that they do. And I want to make sure that if they watch this video, they understand exactly what Trump supports and how anti-black he really is. One of the most anti-black presidents in my lifetime. And it baffles me why black men in particular are moving toward Donald Trump, assuming that the polls are true. Seems to suggest that some are moving in that direction. So that's what I want to talk about. But before I get into that, please go to Amazon, grab a copy of my book, Education and Justice. If you have an African-American son in a public school, you really need this book. If your son is not reading at grade level, go ahead and register him in our BARS program. It is a summer reading program that is designed to help you help your son get his reading level up to grade level. Statistics tell us that young black men in public schools are not reading at grade level as they should. That is a problem, and we want to try to help that problem. Hey, everyone, I am Attorney Augustus Corbett, one half of the Defiant Lawyers. Recently, I took a look at our analytics, and I noticed something shocking. Many of you watch our videos, and I believe you enjoy them, but you haven't subscribed yet. What are you waiting for? Again, I was shocked because I know our content is empowering and informative. Plus, our 2024 goal is to have 150,000 subscribers before the end of the year. Please help us by hitting that subscribe button, especially you young folks. We particularly want to increase our number of young subscribers. Thanks for all your continued support. We appreciate it very much. All right, so with all of that said, again, do black male Trump supporters fully understand what Trump supports and how deeply anti-black the man is and has been all his life? Forget the fact that he was very popular in the 90s on a lot of rap videos. Forget the fact that he is friends with some rappers and some other black entertainers. Forget all of that. I'm talking about the policies that this man has put forth long before he even became president. So I want to school and educate some brothers today through this video on who exactly it is that they are supporting. If you have black men like that in your family, maybe you can let them watch this video and maybe they will learn some things about who they're supporting. All right, so let's get into this. I'm gonna go to another screen as always, and we're gonna talk about this. Do black men who support Trump know they are supporting anti-black policies? So I start out by saying, why do blacks support Trump? Black men and women, mostly men. I believe it's for three reasons. And I use the acronym IRE, right? That means sort of irritation, right? It irritates me. So I'm using that acronym. All right. I stands for ignorance. Now, I'm not trying to insult anybody. There are many, many things that I'm ignorant of. Ignorance just means you don't know something. I am ignorant of how this computer works that's in front of me. That doesn't make me a bad person. That doesn't make me a dumb person. That doesn't make me a stupid person. I just don't know everything. So for some black men, it's just flat out ignorance. They simply don't know. The R stands for religion. There are some men who are committed Christians and they believe certain things about certain cultural issues that just will not allow them to support a Democrat for president. And so they tend to gravitate toward the Republican Party. and toward men like Trump, despite the fact that Trump is a white supremacist. So for sincerely, deeply held religious reasons, some black men support Donald Trump. Third reason is economics. Now, I'm not talking about these men who say, well, when Trump was in office, I got a check. I'm not talking about that. Okay, that doesn't make any sense, right? You certainly wouldn't vote for someone who's anti-black because you got an $800 or $1,200 check. That really literally makes no sense at all. No, I'm talking about people like Byron Donalds, Tim Scott, Ben Carson, and others like them who are literally profiting supporting Trump, literally. All right, they have been very much rewarded for offering their support and trying to get you to support him. I'm talking about those men and their economic rewards for supporting Donald Trump and MAGA and this white supremacist agenda that I'm getting ready to walk you through. All right, so ignorance, religion, and economics, I believe, are the three main reasons why black men support Donald Trump. I want to talk about the ignorance part of it. All right, let's get into that. If you are ignorant of Trump's anti-black policies, I made a list. Now, once again, ignorance just means you are not informed about his policies. I'm not calling you stupid. I'm not calling you dumb, anything like that. I'm just saying you may simply not know what Trump's policies are. And I'm going to give you a list of 20, and I'm going to run through them pretty quickly. So first, Donald Trump is a white supremacist. What does that mean? That means that he believes that white people are superior to black people, and therefore white people should be in control or should dominate blacks and people of color generally. We know that because of the things that he has said and the things that he has done. I have looked back over Trump's history since the 70s, and I can show you lawsuits where he has been sued for racial discrimination, which again confirms his white supremacy. In the 70s, he wouldn't rent his apartments to African-American people. The evidence is pretty strong about that. So that's not really debatable. And then there have been a whole bunch of things that he has said and done, again, that shows that he is a white supremacist. He was elected because he was in opposition to Barack Obama. And so Donald Trump is their solution and answer to hold on to white power and white supremacy.
Do you like having a P.O. box but are tired of wasting time and money?
He's not for you. I don't care how much he smiles. I don't care how much he grins. I don't care what he says. He is trying to get back in that office to finish the job that he did when he was in office the first time, again, in an effort to protect white supremacy. So first of all, just know you are supporting Donald Trump, who's a white supremacist, and all those white supremacists who are around him. You're supporting that whole movement, that whole agenda, all of those people, not just Trump, but MAGA, Project 2025, they're all together and they're all united, again, to protect and preserve white supremacy. They're not there for you, black man and black woman. All right, so first of all, you're supporting white supremacy, okay? Fascism. Now, if you don't know what fascism is, I just did a video on fascism. Go and make sure you watch that video. One of the things that I say about fascism is it is really bad for minorities. It is really bad for the weak and the vulnerable in a fascist system, because a part of fascism is nationalism. And in this country, that would be white nationalism. And white nationalists do not like black people. White supremacists do not like black people. So this fascist government that Trump is trying to establish with the help of others, that will not be good for us. So brothers, you need to understand that you are supporting fascism, and you as a black man, you will not do well under a fascist government. I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to give you information here. You're also supporting Project 2025. I have done multiple videos on Project 2025, and I have shown in those videos how anti-Black Project 2025 is. Now, Donald Trump has said, I don't know anything about Project 2025. I don't know the people behind it, and I have nothing to do with Project 2025. Well, he's lying, because many of the people who wrote the mandate for leadership, which lays out Project 2025's policies, many which are anti-Black policies, was written by former Trump officials, including Ben Carson, Christopher Miller, and others. Some are even directors of Project 2025. And again, I've shown in many videos how anti-Black Project 2025 is. So Black man, Black woman, if you're a Trump supporter, you are helping them implement white supremacy, fascism, and Project 2025. Is that really what you want to do? All right, let's keep going through this list. Anti-affirmative action. So we know the U.S. Supreme Court has done away with affirmative action. Although affirmative action helped a lot of African-American people, they were able to convince the court, nevertheless, that affirmative action was basically reverse discrimination. Do you want to really support the party that got rid of affirmative action, which was simply a program to try to lift up African Americans? Do you want to be a part of the party, the white supremacist party, the fascist party, the Project 2025 party that got rid of affirmative action?
And this is the thing, you know, to support getting rid of affirmative action when you didn't even get reparations, that makes no sense. And do you think Trump would ever support reparations? Do you think Project 25, these people, do you think they would ever support reparations? By the way, which is what the United States has done for every other group of people within their borders that they have stepped on, treated inhumanely, committed genocide, and other crimes against. You see, I'm talking about the government. Of course, all people didn't participate, but every people, others than Black people, African Americans and natives, they benefited from those harsh laws, unfortunately, and the state benefited mostly. That's why the state legalized these things. So you could do things, you could pay your taxes, give a penny to them, you know, all the money, some of the proceeds could trickle up the ladder, you know, so just think about that.
Why would you do that? Affirmative action was in place for you and me as African Americans. Why would you join hands with, and get shoulder to shoulder with the people who gutted affirmative action? Again, that's why I think that there is some lack of knowledge here, to put it in a better way than saying ignorance. All right, let's go back. I got much more. Donald Trump want to give police officers prosecutorial immunity. Now, let me explain that. If a police officer breaks the law, let's say he shoots and kills someone, an African American, who was unarmed, who was innocent, and the police officer was not justified, well, then he should be prosecuted. But Trump wants to give them prosecutorial immunity, which means they couldn't be prosecuted even if they broke the law. So Trump is trying to do for police officers what the United States Supreme Court did for him, put them above the law. Now, who do you think that's bad for? That's bad for us African Americans, because we are 5 times more likely to be killed by police officers than any other group of people in this country. So that means if you give police officers prosecutorial immunity, they will become even more dangerous and deadly in the African American community, because they're above the law. They know nothing is going to happen to them. I mean, they pretty much know that already, because it's hard to get a police officer indicted, and certainly hard to find a police officer guilty of killing, especially African American people. So do you really, really, really want to be in support of a party that wants to give police officers prosecutorial immunity?
Right. And on top of it, right? Check this out. Trump's not even planning on following the law. If he just wants to get in, none of his subordinates have any plan to follow the law. They want to, and have stated, they want to usurp the law. That's what they've said outright. And that means to get what they want done. Now, to me, I don't ever see why that would ever benefit, or has ever in the history of the country ever benefit Black Americans. Every time we saw somebody usurp the law, it was in some crazy thing like, the Iran Contra scandal that had profound effects on the Black American community. This is what we're talking about. Things like this, where you go around the law or try to make a back door around the law, while you are supposed to be upholding the law, while you are the president assigning, leaders and department heads, you're actually instructing them to usurp the law. That's what Donald Trump wants to do. He wants to have 1,000 Iran Contra scandals going on, domestic and foreign events occur that are going to be bad for a lot of people, particularly the people at the bottom.
So that they can feel emboldened to kill more Black people? Really? And it may not even be about killing Black people, but arresting Black people based on trumped up charges, stopping Black people disproportionately, racially profiling Black people, all kinds of things police officers do to victimize African American people. I know I'm an attorney. I am a criminal defense lawyer. I am a civil rights attorney. We represent people who are victimized by police officers. Giving them prosecutorial immunity is a horrible idea. Horrible. They already have immunity, qualified immunity in civil court. So yes, if they kill somebody or, break the law in arresting someone, it's hard to even hold them accountable in civil court. So again, do you really, really want to support a party that wants to put police officers above the law, thus empowering them to be even more dangerous in our communities? You got to think about that real hard. Prosecutorial immunity for police, anti-environmental justice. These folks hate the EPA. One aspect of Project 2025 is to get rid of the EPA or to so weaken it that it can't do anything. And we, African Americans, we would suffer the most if there is more environmental injustice in our community. Just think about it. When they build landfills, when they build corporations that emit dangerous chemicals in the air, where do they typically put those corporations? Where do they typically put those landfills? Where do they typically put all the garbage and all the bad stuff that gets into our air, into our water? They typically put them in the African American community. Just think about Flint, Michigan, for example. This party, the Republican Party, the GOP, Trump, MAGA, Project 2025, wants again to get rid of EPA so that there is virtually no regulation, none, forbidding or prohibiting corporations from just putting all that garbage in our communities so they can make more money, more profits. Again, do you really want to support a party who is anti-environmental justice? Think about this. Maybe you didn't know this.
Right there, I think a lot of I don't want to say it's not only African Americans, but many African Americans, we're like totally oblivious to the EPA and the effects in our community, or because of the lack of justice regarding pollutants and things like that, where they're allowed to dump, what types of corporations are allowed to have industry close to communities and things like this. And a lot of times our communities come last in those decisions. And the worst part about it is that there's PACs out there designed to cover up the information, to make people think that things are going well, to make people think corporations have good track records. And so therefore you should allow this in your community. And oftentimes we find out that's not the case. I mean, you know, we're basically most affected, people that live in cities by the lack of legislation on environmental justice. A lot of times they think that people are thinking that the EPA just means like your car, gas, or no, it means way, 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 way. It means what's in your food, what's allowed to go in your food on your shelves. A lot of times people say, it's the food, the cheap food. It's the food poisoning people. Yeah. See, that's environmental justice. Like, can you afford to eat food grown without all these pollutants? Can you afford it? Because it costs a little more money on the shelf. Well, that's an EPA thing. And a lot of people think that because the food is cheaper, or they're getting the food for a cheaper amount, that it means they're getting healthy food. That's not always the case, because they're putting so much preservatives in the food. You're going to have another type of sickness, another type of disease. Yes, you may save money on eating, but when you are in the emergency room, or when you're dying early before you can even spend your pension, because your group, black men, tend to die earlier than others, think about it. Will you even be able to enjoy your pension if you even got a pension? Shit, they want to take away your pension too. They want to privatize everything. No government regulation. Do you know how that has affected people's lives in the U.S.? No government regulation over things like pension, to make sure it's fair, over things like work environments, to make sure work environment affects us too. Unions, lack of unions affects black men too. But you don't always hear that in the conversations when we're talking about who we're about to vote for. We're worried about, is Kamala 100% black, or what law she might have passed in some time. And I think that's fair. The law part is fair. But we need to get on the ball with what is she supporting? Not just exactly the person. Now, we know Kamala Harris hasn't been hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein, so we can't compare them, their escapades, personal escapades, and we probably shouldn't even try to. But it seems very obvious that one group is very anti-minorities, and one of the biggest minorities is African Americans in our own country, in the country we fought, our ancestors fought to found. You know what I mean? It's crazy, but so I think we need to really take a good look this time around. Sorry.
Think about this. Anti-$15 minimum wage.
The brother is breaking it down. Listen.
Trump opposes raising minimum wage to $15. Now, in many states, it's already $15, but he is on the record as being in opposition to that. And that's because, again, he is someone who supports and backs corporations and who believes corporations should get richer. So I just don't see why any African American would support a president, who is in opposition to raising minimum wage at least to $15. All right, there's more. There's a lot more. Anti-safe workspace. Now, there's a federal agency called OSHA that has the responsibility of making sure workspaces are safe to work in. Now, what Trump supports is getting rid of federal agencies like OSHA because, again, of the regulation. He wants his corporate buddies to be able to make lots of profit without a bunch of regulations. And
they want the workers to go back to being slaves, really.
The U.S. Supreme Court just gave him a case, the Chevron case, that enables him to fire a bunch of people in these federal agencies, to put his cronies in those federal agencies. And what is that going to do? That's going to make the workplace for a whole lot of African-American people less safe. You got to ask yourself, is this really the party that I want to support? And by the way, not only is he anti-safe workplace, he is also anti-union. Unions are really, really, really important in this country. because unions fight for the rights of working men and women. Trump opposes that. He sees that as an issue. He sees unions as standing in the way, once again, of corporate profits. Do you want to be that guy? That black man who is supporting those kinds of anti-black policies that will impact perhaps even you directly? Because you got a check during Trump's presidential administration, or because, and I hear this a lot, because of inflation? Is it worth supporting him because you're paying a little more for milk, a little more for eggs, etc.? I get that. I understand that. When I go and get groceries and bring back less bags than I'm accustomed to, I feel the pinch. But that is no reason for me. I'm not going to vote for Trump because of that. Absolutely not. I'll just pay a little bit more than to support a white supremacist and a fascist. No, I'm not going to do that because I'm paying a little bit more for milk and eggs and groceries and so forth. All right. Anti-diversity. Do you want to be supportive of the party that is against a diverse workspace or a diverse school? Do you really want to be supportive of that? Because anti-diversity means they favor an all-white workplace or an all-white school. They don't want diversity. They don't want you there. Of course, Trump's not going to get on the camera and say these things, but these are the policies that he and the people around him support. They are anti-diversity.
Yeah, people tend to misunderstand what diversity means. Diversity, in practical terms, it doesn't mean you get everything you want. It doesn't mean everybody gets what they want. What it means is the majority of people get the basics that they need. It doesn't always mean they agree everything with each other across the board, but the platform is attending to the majority, the basics of what everybody needs. Yeah, so just to keep that in mind.
They are also anti-affordable medical insurance. One of the things that Trump tried his best to do when he was president was to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, commonly called Obamacare. And he's still going to do it if he's reelected. Now, the problem for the African-American community is roughly 4 million African-American people are covered under Obamacare. So do you want to support a man who is anti-affordable health care, who wants to get rid of Obamacare? Who knows? Maybe even your insurance comes under Obamacare. I mean, do you really want to support a man who...
Are you tired of your YouTube channel not getting the attention it deserves? Building a YouTube channel...
Sorry about that. Here we go. It's a good question he's asking.
Doesn't want people to have who knows, maybe affordable health care, who wants to get rid of Obamacare? Who knows? Maybe even your insurance comes under Obamacare.
And everybody that's voting needs to ask that question. Does your insurance fall under Obamacare? And why would you want it removed if that's the case? Yeah.
I mean, do you really want to support a man who doesn't want people to have affordable health care because of his dislike or hatred toward Obama? And that's a whole nother thing. Do you want to support a person who hates Obama because Obama was the first black president? I mean, why would you support such a person? I don't understand that. Why you as a black person would support a person who hated the fact that this country finally elected and reelected a black man. That tells you right there he is anti-black. Why would black people support an anti-black man? Why would black people support an anti-black person? That just doesn't connect, right? Okay. Anti-child tax credit. Huge, really big. A lot of black people were able to come out of poverty under the Biden administration because of the child tax credit. It's a deduction that you can do when you're doing your taxes based on how many children you have. And that was able to put money in the pockets of a whole lot of African-American families. Trump is against that. Project 2025 is against that. Think about this. I mean, is this the person that you really, really, really want to support? Anti-equity. How can anyone be anti-equity? Equity just means giving people a level playing field. It just means being fair. It is simply equality without the racial barriers and hindrances that we deal with. What is wrong with that? Why is Project 2025, Trump, MAGA, why are they so up in arms about equity? Well, I told you why in the beginning. They're white supremacists, and they're trying to protect white supremacy. And they feel like the more diversity, the more equity, the more inclusion, another word we're going to look at here in just a second, the more they lose out. They feel like when a black person is in a position, in a job, at school or something, it took away from white guys. Do you really want to be a black man who is supporting a crowd of people that is against diversity in your workspace?
And, you know, and also, this is what people thought back in the 50s, you know, World War II, the 40s, the first black, well, not the first, but one of the first black regiments, right, to fight. This is what people thought, like, oh, wow, now that black people are admitted to do these things, they're taking away our life, our rights, and that's racism, because no one group of people is supposed to have rights all group of people don't have in the first place. So their response to inequality is to get rid of programs that help provide everybody with equality, including them. You know, so you could see as an approach, it's destructive, even self-destructive. But yet, so it's really insidious what they're doing, but they will do it as long as that possibility is there. They will have this approach as long as people allow them space to redefine what the circumstances are and define us as a problem for them. Our actual freedom, our actual equal right to be factors, to participate in life, in society, they're literally against it. Like, and that's supposed to be the norm. That's supposed to be an acceptable rationale. It's insane.
That is against diversity at your school? I mean, really, is that really what you want to support? Because that is a direct attack on your blackness, on you as a black person, on your children, grandchildren, your family. I just don't think a whole lot of black Trump supporters fully understand what Trump is all about. He and those around him are extremely anti-black. All right, anti-inclusion. I talked about that. Again, simply means that they don't want blacks to be included on the job, in schools, etc. So they fight what is commonly called DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Do you want to support a party that is against, again, diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Listen, again, because if you're black or African American and your families have gone through slavery, you haven't gotten reparations yet, which is very odd because reparations has been called on by the UN. They've said the United States government needs to pay African Americans reparations for Jim Crow, slavery, and other anti-black practices that the country legalized through its system, right? Now, although they've said that, there has been no reparations. That has not been resolved. And at the same time, now they're taking extra steps to reduce or exclude anything that would have provided you some sort of equality, recognizing that slavery and Jim Crow was a crime against humanity, and therefore they're supposed to do something ethical to resolve those issues within the society. You can't just enslave, commit genocide and apartheid against people for centuries and do nothing about it through your legislation to repair. You just simply can't do that. And here they're arguing that not only is there not going to be any reparations, which would be an official decisive decision to repair, you're just not even going to get things. If it's good for anybody, if it's just fair, you ain't even going to get that either.
Well, that's what Trump is all about, and those that are around him. There's more. Anti-fair housing. They're all against fair housing. I just did a video on how important fair housing really is and how bad housing discrimination is for African American people. And that is what Project 2025 will produce more of, more housing discrimination and less fair housing, which could very well mean you could go somewhere, try to rent an apartment, try to buy a house, and many other ways that we deal with housing discrimination, and become the victim of policies that you voted for. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You could be victimized by policies that you supported by voting for Donald Trump. I just want to make sure you understand what it is you're really doing by supporting this man. He is against Black voting rights. I mean, that is undebatable. The GOP gutted the Voting Rights Act, put in place a bunch of laws to hinder our ability to vote freely. And why did they do that? Goes back to Barack Obama. They said when Obama was elected and then reelected, they said, we got to stop this. This Voting Rights Act is going to put us out of business. This Voting Rights Act is giving the country away.
And keep this in mind, the Voting Rights Act, all it is making it more convenient for legal voters to vote. It means you don't have to stand in a line outside in the heat for 2 or 3 hours. It means you don't have to cross and go all the way to the other side of the state to vote because you happen to live in a place where they close down the voting booths. That's all it means. Equal rights, access to voting, equal access to voting. I mean, not that anybody should have to stand out in the heat for 2 hours to vote. Not that elderly people should be dragged out of their house to stand in the heat for 2 hours or the cold for 2 hours to vote. Not that any of that should happen, but for certain communities, that is a reality. And that is because they gutted the Voting Rights Act. You see, so people need to think about this. Is that necessary? Is that what you need to do? Do you need to deprive certain people the right to vote? Citizens, African Americans, you do know that African American, it particularly means that your ancestors go back in the roots of the country. That's what it typically means. It means we have names that we got typically from slave masters, from the slavery period. And that period goes back to the beginning, even before the country was invented. And can you imagine someone that is now saying that you don't need to have a voting booth in your part of town? No, you don't need to have that because we don't like your vote. We should be the last people accepting anything like that from any politician at any time under any type of circumstance. We should be the last people to accept that. You see, these are very serious grievances here. These are very serious matters. These are matters. This man is literally already challenged what it is to be a citizen just through the Supreme Court giving him immunity, right? Now they do it again already because how are you going to get access to voting, right? African Americans, in my view, because of the situation, the history, we should always have a damn voting booth outside. We should have a voting booth, a permanent one. You know, there should be permanent ones in every city where African Americans live, every part of town. You shouldn't have to be outside for 2-3 hours to vote. None of that. You should be able to drive up 15 minutes, vote, and be up out of there. Or if you can't do it that simply, also people should be able to do it in advance over the internet, right? Why can't you, but they closed down a lot of this stuff. I mean, I'm about to shut it down, but I'm going to let this play finish. This is a brilliant breakdown that this brother made. I appreciate it so much.
We got to stop this. So they gutted the Voting Rights Act. In other words, they don't want you and me voting. They don't want us casting our votes because they know how important voting is. Now, you got these YouTube channels, these black YouTube channels telling you that you shouldn't vote, that voting doesn't matter, that voting the couch is a smart move. I pray you're not listening to that stupidity.
Don't.
I pray that you're not listening to that. The very fact, hopefully, that you're watching this video is that you don't listen to that junk. That's pure junk. Those people may even be working for Trump in the GOP to tell black people who sacrificed so much to get the right to vote, to then turn around and tell black people not to vote is asinine. It is stupidity.
It's stupidity and it is a betrayal. Tell people vote for whoever you want to vote for. I tell people, some people be trying to defend Trump shit. I tell them, go ahead and vote for him. I ain't telling you not to vote for him. But it's because I know, I should never tell. It's just something retarded about telling another African American to not vote. Vote. But there's something disingenuous about that. Why tell someone not to vote when you can just tell them to vote for who they want to vote for? If you want to vote for Trump, then go vote for Trump. But to say don't vote, that can't be good because you're going to pay taxes based on what other people vote for you to pay. What sense does that make? Other people are going to be making policies based on your money because you're going to be paying those taxes anyway. So why wouldn't you vote? Your tax dollars are going to be also used to set up that voting booth, that 15-minute, that 2-hour wait or whatever, 15-minute wait, whatever has to be paid for it, tax dollars. Then that money from the tax dollars is going to be allocated to the people who voted for their representation. That's what's going to happen. So to tell someone not to vote, you better do something that makes people vote then. Go out there and run for office yourself. When was the last time you heard that you can't run for office for being, there's no reason. Anybody can run for office. It doesn't mean you will get elected, but you could run for any local office easily. You at least have that right. But to tell people not to vote, you could run for president. But to tell people not to vote, how are you going to be African American, tell people not to vote, and then complain about other people that come to the country and vote? And then complain that somebody's replacing you. That doesn't make any sense. People replace those that are not actively fighting for theirs in all ways. As long as we're actively fighting for ours, we're going to be all right. The problem is when we don't,
To the max. To the max. So Trump doesn't want you voting. And unfortunately, a whole lot of black YouTubers don't want you voting either. So they got that in common. That should tell you something about them. Anti-civil rights. I did a video on disparate impact. Go watch that video. But this crowd that you support, if you're a Trump supporter, are anti-civil rights. They are against you having certain civil rights. You, black man. They are against you having certain rights because they believe that the more rights you have, the less rights they have. And that is who you're going to support. You're going to support the group that want to take rights away from you? Really? You're going to support policies that could very well victimize you and your family, your children, etc. Anti-George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. We all saw George Floyd get lynched in the streets, calling for his mother. And after that, there were marches and protests all over the country to change the laws about policing. And you remember what I said earlier, Trump wants to give police officers immunity from prosecution.
Think about this. I'm sorry to interrupt the brother again, but think about what he said about the voting too. While there's people out there telling black folks don't vote, Trump people aren't telling nobody to vote. They're telling their people to vote. Even though what they're requesting is absurd, they don't doubt that they have the right to request anything they want and have an impact on it, legally and illegally. But they don't tell people not to vote. They tell people the election was rigged, but they still tell you to come out and vote. And there's people actually out there telling us to not vote. At the same time, they know that Trump and MAGA are telling these people with those beliefs to vote. I mean, Anyway, I'm gonna shut this down, y'all. You saw the brother; he broke this situation down eloquently, and he's not totally finished, but I want to leave some of it for his for people to view. Please go over and check out the Defiant. Let me see here. Defiant Lawyers. Did I put that in there in the chat right? Defiant Lawyers. They got a lot of interesting pieces and breakdowns, political breakdowns and legal ones. So I would advise folks to go check them out. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Donnie, Andrea, who else was in here? Leonard, yo, thanks for coming out. Also, who else came through here today? It was Shaka, right, came through. What's up, Shaka? Bev, of course, was here. Okay. And Wab Funk. Exactly. Wab. Yeah. Thank you, brother. Thanks everybody for coming out. And I'm going to catch up with y'all tomorrow. I got to take care of a few things, get ready to do a few things. But listen, whatever you do, vote. If you're voting for Trump, vote for Trump. But vote. But for those of us that feel like Trump is definitely going to unleash some mayhem, problems for the least of us the least of the American citizens, the least of us, meaning the ones in the lower class and the middle class. It appears as if they got an all-out assault. And although there are some things I don't always agree with the Democratic Party in terms of the platform, 95% of it pretty much I definitely agree with. And we need a party that can we need other parties too that can be diverse in their disagreements as well, but also respectful in their disagreements. Don't make everybody an enemy just because you don't agree with what they have for their own life. And that's the thing. From the right now, you get a lot of hatred for people trying to be who they are, people wanting the right to be themselves. And in the right, they don't support people being themselves. They tend to not want people to be themselves and also suffer the same conclusion of not getting enough support in the basic needs either. So I think that kind of politics generally doesn't work. It's problematic for the right when these people start to learn how problematic to themselves they are. I think they will start joining the rest of Americans in regular land and in normal land and in a healthy situation for all Americans, because America got a lot of money. The United States of America's industry is off the chain. It is unmatched by any other nation's industry. So we deserve better. So my thoughts would be vote, man, but learn how to speak up for what you want. Learn how to let other people live the way they want to live so you can be let alone too. And, and try to support the parties to get you the basics. Do you need clean water? What party's talking about that? You needed an infrastructure deal, a big one, to change some of those things. What party put out an infrastructure deal? Of course, the results from the infrastructure deal won't be seen immediately. They will be here for our kids and maybe for us when we're elderly, because the infrastructure is huge, and is a huge objective, because the United States hasn't been investing in it, either party, for so long. But we do know the Biden administration passed the biggest infrastructure deal of all time. So that means bridges, that means access to clean water, pipes, sewage, all these things. But also the EPA is an issue. Pollutants, polluting the air, polluting the water, right? Also, pollutants in the food, things like this. These should be important. These should be things that all people feel are important to address, among many other things. So on that note, visit the Defiant Lawyers. I appreciate everybody for coming out. Peace, peace, peace.